MODUS Super Series. Brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.
A very good evening and welcome to finals night here at week one of the MODUS Super Series here from the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We're down to our final six. Only one can book the first spot at Champions Week. And to look ahead at all the action, I'm happy to say that I'm in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson this evening. And Paul, what a week we have had so far. Some highs, some lows, and three very dominant group winners as well.
Yeah, I think that's been the tail of it. Obviously, Robert Owen dominated Group A, which a lot of people expected. Reece Colley came in with some form. He dominated Group C. And then yesterday and the night before that, Scott Walters was fantastic. And he's the local favourite tonight. I just wonder if it's going to be his week.
I wonder. Let's have a look then at some of the best of the highlights then of the previous 5 days of action to get us here to Saturday night at Champions Week. And we saw some really good stuff. Let's begin with Group A and Robert Owen, who had some big outshots, a bit like this, 154 from James Hurrell.
Yeah, this checkout of 154 is getting very popular with the 17s at the end. And double 17 is the most neglected double on the board. But this was brilliant from Mark Graham. He showed a level of performance this week that I didn't think he had just yet. He's gone up a notch. He's made his first Saturday night. But shots like this might have to come from the man nicknamed the Grinch.
Indeed he is. He's got a number of nicknames, hasn't he? Talking about big finishes, we couldn't have a compilation of that without putting Scott Walters in there, could we?
Yeah, he had a plethora of big finishes on Thursday night. 8-ton-plus finishes. Quite incredible, but this lad here, Reece Colley, British Open champion. We talked about the people who've won that in the past. He's put himself in that role of honour. With darts like that, a brilliant 150 out.
Indeed he is, and he's going to be a serious threat going into the evening session. Now, I know you're a big fan of this, the 350 and 6 on Jim McEwen. You
know what people talk about holes in one in golf, and they talk about getting eagles? Well, in darts, we harp on about 9 darters a lot, but the most rare thing to happen is what Jim did this week. Only 2 times in the last 2 years this has happened. That is a 180 followed by a 170, the biggest 6-dart conversion in this game. So well done to Jim for doing that.
I think we should call it the mackerel, because it's just one step beyond the big fish. You've got the maximum and then the big fish.
We're going to have to give it a name.
Most certainly. And talking about big finishes, as I said earlier on, Robert Owen, this 145, absolutely spectacular to level things up against Shane McGurk.
It really was. He did that 2 consecutive games, 2 massive 140-plus finishes. But if you look at the spot that he did that in, that was to save the match against McGurk, a person he had been defeated by 2 days previous.
Indeed, and it helped him on his way towards qualification from Group A. These are the 2 groups then that are in play this evening. The 6 players are split into 2 groups of 3. As you can see, Group 1, which is going to be our first game this evening, is going to see Robert Owen, Mark Graham and Jim McEwen in action. Robert Owen and Mark Graham being game 1 of our evening. Then Group 2, Reece Colley, Scott Walters and James Hurrell. We analysed it at the back end of yesterday's programme, and I think even now at the top of today's show, we're not quite sure what separates these groups.
When you look at Group 2, you've got the winner of Group C, the winner of Group B, and you've got the WDF World #1. So that probably nicks it as far as strength is concerned. But as far as Group 1's concerned, Scotland and 2 Welsh players, well, Robert will go into that one as favourite, but you can't underestimate Jim McEwen. The way he was able to finish his campaign in Group B was very, very encouraging. And I think Mark Graham might go under the radar tonight.
Indeed, he may be. And let's have a look then at the statistics then from our players that have qualified their way through to the finals. Let's begin with Scott Walters. Look at the numbers there. 47 legs played, 91.45 average, and just his general all-round play, especially on Thursday, was absolutely exemplary.
I don't think he's played any better over the group phase than any any time from the other times to this week. I just think he's found an extra gear, whether it's the motivation of what happened here last time with winning 5 games on a Thursday and then losing 5 games the next day. I think redemption has gone his way, but now he's got something else in mind. 91.45 for 8 games is world class. Robert Owen, 90.91 for 15 games this week, but you can't ignore the fact that Hurrell and McEwen have played more darts than anybody else, and they're still averaging pretty well.
I'll tell you what, I wouldn't mind an 87.6 for average after 10 days' worth of darts, would you?
Yeah, not bad at all. But if we will go deep into this, Matthew, Edgar and I, tonight, because Jim McEwen has been playing more darts than anybody lately. It's not just his 10th day in a row, but it's pretty much almost a month straight for him. If he's got anything left in the tank tonight, it's got to come out.
And he was mentioning actually to me earlier on in the practice room that over the last fortnight or so, or roundabouts, he's only spent a day and a half at home, and that's going to have some kind of effect.
It has to, but if you're used to being on the road with the sport, and it's something he's got used to over the last 12 months, it's just the life. You wake up in the morning, it takes you at least 5 minutes to realise where you are. And when you realise where you are, motivation comes pretty quickly.
Well, Jim McEwen is the 3rd player in Group 1. The other 2 players involved are Robert Owen and Mark Graham, and the pair of them are taking part in our first game this evening, and earlier on caught up with our colleague Jack Garwood.
Rob Owen, back once again at a finals night here at the MODUS Super Series. How are you feeling ahead of tonight's play?
Yeah, great. Nice and fresh. 2 days home with the wife and the kids. You know, I played well at the start of the week, but to be honest with you, I haven't touched a dart since I've been home in the last 2 days. But come back tonight, bit of practice, and yeah, feeling pretty good.
Mark, Super Series finals night. How are you feeling ahead of tonight's action?
Yeah, feeling good. A bit nervous, first time for this, so no, I'll be okay, I think.
We don't like to talk about it too much, but winning Group A has been a little bit of a curse recently here at the Super Series. You're looking to break that tonight, obviously.
Well, yeah. To be in all fairness, I've probably finished second in the group over the last sort of 18, 19 months, probably about 15 times by leg count, by 2 points. But this is my first ever time I actually won a Group A in 18, 19 months of playing. So yeah, I'm going to break the curse, no problem.
All Welsh battle to start the night against Rob Owen. How are you feeling about that one?
Yeah, I know Rob really well. I've played him a few times, so that should be a good game.
A few bragging rights up for grabs at the end of that one.
Of course it is. We're Welsh, aren't we?
You've won plenty of times, but in the old venue, how much of a difference will playing in front of a crowd make tonight?
Yes, it definitely make a difference. I'm not so worried about the crowd. There's my wife and my children, my auntie, my cousin Dan coming to watch. But you know, I've played in front of plenty of crowds, even though it was the old European tour when I had a tour card and stuff. So yeah, it's a smaller crowd and probably tougher.
Playing in front of a crowd tonight, does that make a difference to your experience so far this week?
No, not really. I played in front of the crowd in Lakeside, so that'll be fine. We'll be fine, yeah.
Perfect. Well, all the best for the match.
Cheers, thank you.
Yeah, and first game on today against Mark Graham. How are you feeling about that matchup?
Yeah, great. Mark's a great player. I've got to favour myself. I'm in great form. You know, the last sort of 3 days doesn't really mean anything, but overall, the last sort of 12 to 16 months, I've been in great form, and I'm going to take some beating here tonight.
Perfect. Well, all the best tonight.
Cheers, bud.
Jack Garwood there speaking to both of our players ahead of the opening match of the evening between 2 players at different ends of the Super Series experience scale. Mark Graham making it through to the finals on debut wise. For Robert Owen, it is his swan song night here at the Super Series before going on to claim his tour card at the beginning of 2023. As you can see, the asset Paul Nicholson has made his way down to the commentary box to join Matthew Edgar for our first game of this evening. But to get the boys on the stage, let's hand over to our Master of Ceremonies and referee for the evening. It's a very good evening to Marco Meyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here at Finals Night at the MODUS Super Series here in the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We have 9 brilliant games for you, but we're going to start, of course, with game number 1. Please welcome to the stage Stack Attack, Robert Owen, and the Butcher, Mark Graham.
Little under 7 days ago, we crowned our first overall stage champion in this building. Conan Whitehead has been celebrating for the last week, but now we find out who makes it to the Stage 2 finals. Is it going to be Mark Graham winning a weekly title for the first time in his debut week, or is it going to be the man who owned week 1 in Stage 1? If he is to come back and play in the finals in early 2023 by winning tonight, he might have to ask for a favour from the PDC. If they'll allow him to do it, that is up to him to ask.
It's Robert to throw
but
first.
He's got to get there. He wants to win under this roof tonight before he goes to the tour for the next couple of years. I'm the asset Paul Nicholson, and I'm joined by primetime Matthew Edgar for your matches tonight, and we've started in perfect style, Matt.
Absolutely perfect. And if you actually listen to that Robert Owen interview beforehand, he believes he's going to win this night. He flat out said he's going to take some beating. Direct quote.
He's never been short of confidence, this lad. Only 4 years ago, he said, I'm going to be the best player in Wales. Around the
100.
time where Johnny Clayton started winning titles and Gedwin Price was starting to win titles. He still believes he's going to do that.
Well, that was around the same time he reached the UK Open semi-final, which is some achievement.
25.
UK Open, obviously the 128 tour card holders and qualifiers from around the UK. Take place in amateur qualifiers.
What a start.
180.
What a start. He's not even going to give us a chance to talk about his stats for the week because he's going to be 1-0 up in about
140. Robert, you require 41.
Do you know what? I was watching that interview with my pen and my paper, making some notes. And he said that he went home. He said that he's not picked up a dart for 2 days.
25.
And we've seen this so many times where someone blitzes Group A and then they come back and they lose both games on the Saturday night. And we always ask the question, like, should you be practicing during that period of time?
Robert, you require 16.
He's gone home. He's come back with his family, which we can see in the audience there in their Robert Owen shirts.
This should be in. Great guide.
Yeah, that's game short in the first leg.
And a 15-dart start. Greeted with glee by Team Stack Attack in the bottom right-hand corner, as you can see.
Second leg, it's Mark to throw first.
Shirts, like you mentioned. But let's look at Mark Graham for the week. He's had a good debut. He has averaged 4 this week, 85.84, which is pretty competent. A win percentage of 70%. That is very, very useful. 18 maximums, and his best average,
40.
93.94 in a match. Now, this is my biggest point when it comes to Mark Graham. He's got one of the best likelihoods of hitting 180s this week.
100.
At just a shade under 1 in every 3 legs. But I do get the sense in this group, which includes Owen and Jim McEwen, 2 big 180 hitters, he's going to need to find another level
85.
to get through this group.
I agree with that, but on the same aspect, there's a really glaring stat that has really impressed me about this opening week. He has played 5 matches where he has thrown second. He's managed
58.
to win 4 of those. That's an 80% conversion rate when he does not throw first, which, just if you think Robert Owen is a sure thing in this match, might just plant the little seed of doubt.
Yeah, I think it's a brilliant stat.
100.
I was talking to the people in the studio at Sporty Stuff TV this evening around 8:30.
7.
They were asking me for tips, and I just fancied that the confidence level of Owen would shine from the off, and I went for there to be under 5.5 legs in this match at 11 to 10.
83.
If you're choosing to have a little flutter later on a Saturday night, please remember, so over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org for more information, and please gamble responsibly. But there's the first 180 of the night for Mark Graham.
Robert Chiriquan, 93.
74. He's missed the treble 14 effort.
55. Mark, you require 60.
You mentioned double 17s are rarely left double, so is double 19. Robert Owen choosing to leave it there, but he might not get a shot.
Yeah,
if this
that's
double
game
top
short
goes.
in the second line.
Mark Graham levels up the scores. This is a decent start to the night, and I think that leg there just
Third leg is Robert to throw
just
first.
shows that Mark
Game
Graham
on.
is not going to be a pushover in this game, despite what the odds are saying.
Yeah, these two know each other pretty well, don't they? Been knocking around in
81.
Welsh darts for a few years, but they're starting to find their levels now. You spoke to Mark Graham earlier tonight, and you were talking about his
98.
solitary goal for the next 4 months.
Yeah, Mark Graham was obviously had his debut at Lakeside last year, and it looked, by all the data and the records, he's putting in
81.
the miles to try and get the ranking points to go back to Lakeside. And I just had a bit of a chat with him, said, is that the goal? Absolutely was the response. He's got a couple of opens coming up. He's also going to be playing in the World Masters in Assam in December, which is a platinum-ranked event. So a bit of a run there. He's currently 63 in the WWF World Rankings. We could see him returning back to Lakeside. And this is the time of year to hit form.
100.
In any chord, whether it's amateur dart circuit, whether it's PDC, Challenge Tour, of course, which has now concluded.
85.
Pro Tour action, if you're playing well at this time of year, you can get a lot of money, titles, grandeur, and legacy. And we know what Robert's done. Second place
99.
on the Challenge Tour Order of Merit. That's why he's going to the tour for the next couple of years. That tour card is guaranteed.
Chatting to Robert as well, it sounds like he's got the good balance.
59.
Because obviously doing the challenge.
Robert, you require 140.
Pro Tour invites. He's been down here. He's been away an awful lot. But he was saying how he's looking to make some time to get away, and oh wow.
120.
Doing those all
Mark,
week
you
in
require
Group A.
124.
140 plus checkouts were very, very common for Robert.
84. Robert, you
His best
require
effort was
20.
a 145, which we saw in the highlights package at the start, and that was to save the match against Shane McGurk. Double 10. When he's playing well, he hits this easily. However,
15.
that's a bit ragged.
Mark, you require 40.
Is that a sign that practicing, well, not
Yeah, that's
practicing over
game
the last
short
couple
in the
of days,
third line.
has let him
Mark
down?
Graham.
Because he's now behind. And Mark Graham, he just can't ignore that
Forward
stat
leg
you
is
brought
Mark
up.
to throw first.
He has
Game
been
on.
the ninja this week at winning against the throw.
If he holds his throw here, he'll be a leg away from extending that record.
100.
And Robert Owen did say in that video at the start that this is the first time he's won a Group A. So he's not been in this position before. We've seen it so many times. I've been on the receiving end of it
41.
myself. You win a Group A, you go back, you have a couple of days off, and you think it's luxury. And then you come back and lose your 2 games.
I remember commentating on a group for Rob last year in Southampton in our
55.
previous studio. He was so close to winning a Group A. He ended up making the Saturday, but the Group A scenario was he needed to win his last game. He was massively in front against Andy Jenkins. And lost that game, and Aaron Monk needed to win the last game, and he ended up pipping him. So it's quite ironic that he's won a Group A on his last week with us.
Now, you can lose this game. We will see both Robert Owen and Mark Graham later on. They're in the same group as Jim McEwen. You can lose this game and still go through. What you don't want to do is lose this game with a high leg difference.
Yeah, lose 4-1 or 4-0, and you really are struggling.
41.
It goes along with my golden rule of the Super Series, which is if you are going to win, win big. If you're going to lose, lose tight.
60.
He came through different groups this week, of
78.
course.
Robert, you require
Owen through Group A,
160.
Mark Graham through Group C, where Graham was second behind Reece Colley. Graham's effort was pretty good, 14 points and a leg difference of plus 12.
28.
Oh, that's
Mark,
a
you require
bad visit.
142.
And he knows it. He could rectify everything if he finds 1-3-2, which every dart player in form
72.
fancies.
Robert, you require
If he's going to miss the
132.
ball with this first dart, it's got to be bottom left. Well, now he's got a choice. Is it bull again or 42? I just got the feeling that that was the wrong
92.
lie for another bull.
Mark, you require
I'm surprised he went
70.
for that one. I thought he'd go for the open target because, let's say, over to the right-hand side, that's kicked off and blocked the bed. It's a great dart for Mark Graham, leaves him tops. 2 from 3 so far in this game.
30.
Oh, 2 from 5, a bit wild.
Robert, you
Well,
require
if we had
40.
a cricket umpire on the stage, I think we'd have to say that's a wide.
Yeah, that's
That
game
one's a
shot in the
4.
forward line. Robert Owen.
Yes, I am waving my hand from side to side.
Fifth leg is Robert to throw
Because he had
first.
4 legs, of
Game
course.
on.
Sort of get the feeling that that leg was Mark Graham's chance.
54.
He's going to win this game.
Yeah, one thing Stack Attack's been really good at in his Super Series career is coming through tight games.
59.
Earlier in the week, the only person who beat him was Shane McGurk. And Shane beat him twice. But in the game that Rob beat him in, McGurk that is, he pulled off that 1-4-5 when Shane was on a double for the match.
83.
Rod Harrington said very famously once, only when you're at the top of your game can you do that. And we believe that Rob is at the top of his game.
59.
Well, that 180 he just hit, that was his third 180 of the match. It's interesting when you look at the 180 stats for the week. Robert Owen, until tonight, hit 22 180s. That 3 on top of that is now 25 for the week. It's not the biggest. The biggest is Jim McEwen. Then James Hurrell, 28 and 27 respectively. But they have played 2 more days than Robert Owen.
73.
And have only hit 6 more 180s.
Yeah, not 2 more games. Days. As in 8 more games.
131. Robert, you require 135.
I go bull again. He's got the same dart.
So, if you didn't know better, you'd say that was an instant replay.
Mark, you require
I promise you
132.
it's live. Well, it's a 1-3-2 this time for Mark. And he doesn't get a shot at the bullseye at the end. You can see the intensity. He hasn't shown that much disappointment this
Robert,
week.
you
Probably because he
require
played
41.
very well, but the intensity is definitely going to go up tonight. With money on the line, the winner gets £5,000 tonight.
25. Mark, you
heard what he
require
thought about that.
103.
I think that's the frustration kicking in. 2 from 12 on the outer ring. Could have had this wrapped up by now. Instead, he keeps giving opportunities
48.
to the Grinch, who more than happy
Robert,
to
you
steal the
require
presents.
16.
Yeah. It's not his darts nickname, but apparently his family, more specifically his kids, and me, have called him the Grinch this week. Got to go high.
Yeah,
And
that's
it's
been
in.
shot
A
in the
lovely
fifth leg.
bounce.
Robert Owen.
How much does he want to win tonight? You don't need me to tell you because the intensity
leg
shown
is
by
Mark
Owen on
to
the
throw
stage
first.
proves
Game on.
everything. Yeah, watch out for that smoke thing. There's a small hole right there that does the jets, and you don't want to put your foot in there.
140.
Your darts, as Stephen Burton did on the opening night of this venue.
Yeah, that wasn't advisable. What is advisable
60.
is for Mark Graham to stay in this contest after 6.
So, what's it mean? to Robert Owen?
11.
Just look at his face. Tells you everything. Focused, determined. And when he hits something, he's going to let you know about it, which I'd probably put down into aggression,
137.
controlled aggression.
Ruthless aggression?
You can call him John Cena.
I knew you could pick up on that.
58.
If you haven't been with us all week, you've got 2 wrestling fans in the commentary box, and you might get a few wrestling references this evening. Ruthless aggression, they were the first 2 words from John Cena in his career. Directed to the
140.
great Kurt Angle. And that was a great visit from Rob. You see that curling of the lip from Mark Graham. That's why we started calling him the Grinch.
Robert Uruguay 164.
But Robert is the one stealing the points by the looks of it. That's a great first start. It's probably a blessing in disguise that he didn't get the 57 there, actually. Because it takes away the temptation of going for the bull.
So it is only best of 7, which means first to 4. So
140. Robert Uruguay 68.
From victory and 2 points in these mini groups.
$48.
First match
Mark
start.
Uruguay 112.
Missed. This is the survival shot. And it's off.
56.
Last time he was
Robert
at double 10.
20.
He wasn't good. Will that change?
Game.
It does
shot,
change.
And the match.
And Robert Owen gets the first 2
Owen.
points of the night. He takes charge of group number 1. Jim McEwen will be the other player from that group, but an 83 average in that first game. It won't please Robert, that performance, but he'll be very happy that he's got the 2 points. Graham, all the 7s. It's the slot machine average, but it's not good enough to get the points. He will now have to beat Jim McEwen in the second match of Group 1, which comes in match 3 tonight. As for next, and after the break, it's going to be Scott Walters against James Hurrell, the first match of Group 2. Should be a belt of that. Don't miss it.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Robert Owen is our first victor of the evening, getting the better of Mark Graham by 4 legs to do. Doing so with an 83.86 average, 3 maximums to his name, and despite the 4 for 19 on the doubles, manages to get a crucial 2 points. Winning your first game at finals night is oh so pivotal because it gives you every opportunity going forward. For Mark Graham, an average of 77.77 and 2 from 5 on the doubles. You get the sense he's going to have to win his remaining 2 matches to get his way through, or his remaining match to get his way through to the semi-finals of this competition. Well, let's get Group 2 underway now then. It's a battle between 2 players who've already come up against each other this week in Group B. It's Scott Walters up against James Hurrell, and both players caught up with Jack Garwood early on this evening.
Scott, welcome back to the Super Series finals night tonight. How are we feeling ahead of the action?
Excited, just eager to get on and play, really.
Yeah, you've pretty much been Mr. Thursday here at the Super Series. You righted some wrongs on a Friday last night. How are you feeling ahead of a Saturday?
It'd be different. It's my 3rd time in the finals, but obviously 2 in Southampton. So being here in front of a crowd on a Saturday is going to be different. So hopefully play like I did Thursday and Friday and hopefully win this.
James, welcome to finals night here in week 1 of the Super Series. How are we feeling ahead of tonight's play?
Yeah, confidence is there and scoring games there. It's just a few doubles here and there, so hopefully hit them today and I'll be fine.
Yeah, it's been a busy week for you here. Played all 5 days already. Difference tonight though, there's a crowd in. How's that going to affect your game?
Hopefully it'll give you a bit more energy and get over it a bit more and help me hit them doubles again, like I said earlier.
Has the fact there's a crowd in made you change any of your approach ahead of tonight?
No, not at all. I'm just going to go up and do my darts, do my thing. That's what I'm here to do. So regardless of what happens on the stage, I'm here to do my job. So
yeah, you've been top of the averages throughout the week so far, hit more 180s per leg than anyone else. Does that build you with confidence ahead of the match?
Well, it does, consider I'm not known for 180. Yeah. Since I changed these darts, I'm hitting a lot more. Confidence is high with those. Finishing is really high. So if I can do it again tonight, I shouldn't really have a problem, but I hope that my game's on and their games are off, but you never know.
Yeah, and first up, your match against Scott. How are you feeling ahead of that matchup?
Yeah, he's beat me, is it twice? 2 out of 2, so yeah, hopefully I get a bit of revenge tonight and yeah, confidence.
All the best for that match.
Cheers, mate.
So then those are thoughts of both players as they get their Group 2 campaign underway in match 2 of our evening. Who's going to get their finals night campaign off to the perfect start? In the company of your commentary team, we're going to find out. It's Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson. But first, to our MC on the stage to get the boys out, it's Marco Meyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here at finals night at the MODUS Super Series here in the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We now continue with game number 2. Please welcome the 2 players to the stage. It's the game Scott Walters and Hillbilly James Hurrell.
Game number 1 of Group 2 now. So let us concentrate on a group that involves this man, Scott Walters, the WDF #1 ranked player, James Hurrell, nicknamed Hillbilly, and Reece Colley, the British Open champion. What a group. It involves the winner of Group B, this guy, the 39-year-old from just around here, maybe 30 minutes from Portsmouth. But he's up against the man who was 3rd in Group B, the 38-year-old. Nicknamed Hillbilly, as I mentioned, and has calibre.
First luck, it's got to throw first. Game on.
In the same way as Group 1, 2 games per player. In this truncated format, it's all cutthroat on Saturday night. Everything that has gone on before is forgotten. But what isn't forgotten, Matt Edgar, is what James was saying in his interview. Hurrell has lost to Walters the last couple of nights.
there was also something else in there, actually, that he said that really interested me, and that was that his doubles haven't really been going for him too well. And I remember coming out of here,
140.
I think it was on Thursday night, and James Hurrell was just sat outside, almost distraught. Despite the fact he'd got points on the board, he felt he threw away the last game with lots of missed doubles and opportunities.
45.
And that is obviously still playing on his mind a little bit here, so it'll be interesting to see how he starts on the outer ring. That's something Scott Walters hasn't struggled with at all.
Not at all.
140.
Absolutely right there, Matt. Throughout the course of the last couple of nights, because the Group B scenario was the last couple of nights, and they'll be very versed at this time zone.
180. Scott should require 125.
Getting the first maximum of the match, but Walters is already on a finish. Double top.
85.
Well, it was very close. But Walters this week, 41.3% on his doubles.
41.
Anything over 40%.
Scott should require 40.
For 8 or more games is world class, in my opinion.
Yeah, it was mentioned earlier in the week that we reckon you're going to need
Yeah,
about
that's game short in the
33%.
first
That's what
leg.
Scott Walters is doing right now. 33% is 1 in 3. That means if you get 3 darts in your hand, you take it.
Second
There's only
leg
one
is
person
James to throw first.
involved in the finals
Game on.
tonight who's had a better time of it on the outer ring, and that's Reece Colley, the other person in this group. That makes this group really interesting.
91.
The last time Hurrell was with us on a Saturday night, it was the very first night we had here. A night that Kieran Tian of Cork won the very first
40.
title of a weekly nature in this building. That night, Hurrell did not get out of his group.
We mentioned during the Robert Owen game as well, a bit of a stat, didn't we, that Robert Owen had all those 180s
100.
and wasn't far off, despite the fact that people played a week and he's only played a couple of days. Get this one. Scott Walters has hit 9
66.
100-plus finishes. That is the most of anybody this week. Second place is Jim McEwen, who's hit 8. And he's played all week. He has had 15 more
140.
matches than Scott Walters. And Scott Walters still has more 10-plus outs.
Yeah, just how impressive was he on Thursday night? Because we were both sitting here
81.
marveling
James
at the
Udiquar,
amount of 10-plus finishes he
170.
was getting. It was a finishing masterclass. Hurrell's looking for the best of the lot. We have seen that this week from McEwen.
105.
But all the same, it's not just about the 180s and the big finishes. It's about taking the 2 darters out. The key 2-dart shots like
60.
65.
James Udiquar,
Sometimes
65.
when you're under pressure, but times like this when you aren't. Double top.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Fabulous leg.
second leg.
First
James
question
Hurrell.
answered about the outer ring from Hurrell. Pinpoint.
Third leg, it's got to throw first. Game on.
Just catching Robert Owen walking in the background. They can't get enough of the room.
Hop along. He's got an injured knee, but his right arm's doing pretty well.
100.
I remember I played Robert Owen in the very first challenge tour of the year. And he came wandering along, and he was really, really bad at that point. He was limping along. And I thought, happy days. This will be good. Played brilliant.
96.
Made the final, didn't he? Lost to Scott Williams. And consequently, both Owen and Williams have got tour cards for next year. Beautiful.
180.
From Scott Walters, his first maximum. And he said in his interview before this match, with these darts that he's been using for the last month, he's scoring more maxes. And it's not just the barrels either. It's this new flight
60.
stem combination, which is a one-piece article. He's gone to them very recently, and they work.
60.
As far as Walters is concerned this week, his running average is as good as I've seen from him coming into a Saturday. But this is his first Saturday here
100.
in front of a
Scott
crowd. He doesn't have a great deal of
161.
experience of playing in front of crowds. And so far, they don't faze him. His stats make for very good reading.
83.
And don't forget, he's playing one of the most seasoned semi-pros in the world in James Hurrell. Scottish Open champion this year. Also won in the Isle of Man. Two of the biggest opens out there.
85. Scott, you require
already
78.
this year. Scott Walters said in that interview, didn't he? Nothing's going to phase him. He's here to do what he needs to do. And he has reacted to nothing but the dartboard and the scores.
58. James, you require 160.
This would keep the home favourite quiet. That slight turn of the hand as the drawback goes towards the cheek. Very typically James Hurrell.
85. Scott, you require 20.
He almost halves the score. In fact, he goes over the halfway point. But Walters has got a beautiful guide for double 10.
Yeah, that's game short and a perfect.
Beautifully used.
Scott Walters.
2-1 to him. Now with Hurrell throwing first, he must protect well.
Forward leg is James to throw first.
Both players, really. They're both protected well. There's been no real opportunities given out yet. Both players just being brilliantly selfish on throw.
92.
It is a game where you've got to be really selfish. Selfish with your time. Selfish with your attitude, actually.
100.
This is a singles format. Nobody else is going to help you. They can help you when you're off the hockey with
100.
certain things, but when you're up there, you're on your own. 3 maximums already in this contest.
60.
We had 4 180s in the opening one as well, and we know one of the most popular play-alongs is the over 2.5 180s.
Yeah,
Them players are going to be very, very happy right now.
Absolutely. Just to give you an indication
140.
of some of the games that Walters has been involved in this week. He had 2 games over the last couple of nights with Pete Burgoyne. 1 match yielded 7 maximums.
140.
Yielded
James
6.
you require 89.
Well, we said we've had 3 uncontested holds of throw so far. Looking at the scoreboard at the moment, we could be on for a 4th.
49.
Classy approach from Hurrell. Didn't panic when he missed the big number in the 19 department. But he's going to have company.
139. James
These
you
are the things we're
require
talking
40.
about, Matt. This is where you protect your throw and don't give any encouragement to your opponent.
Yeah, that's game short and the fourth
Perfectly
line.
done.
James Hurrell.
2-2 in a very tight game. And I think
Fifth
if we're
flag,
going to
it's
get a
got to
9
throw
dart shootout
first.
in any
Game
group,
on.
it's going to be this group. That would happen if we have 3 games all of the same result and everybody picking up 1 win.
59.
After spending well over, well, it was about 18 months, wasn't it, in Southampton. We didn't have any 9 dart shootouts. And in the last 6 to 8 weeks, we've had 2 of them here. One of them in week 12 between Chris Mason, Tony O'Shea and Richie Howson. It went to an extra round.
42.
We have had 4 uncontested holds of throw. This one is going to be
83.
contested. When you start with 6 darts and do not hit a treble, 59 and 42 for Scott Walters against somebody of the class of James Hurrell, you are going to have your throw challenged.
134.
Gets himself a dart in front with that beautiful 2 treble visit, but Scott, for me, is someone you can read very easily. Look into those eyes and you can see...
100.
I'm going to mention the word hope, actually, because you and I both picked up on this, didn't we, in his interview with Jack? He used that word hope a lot.
45.
That's got to change, Scott. Change that to I'm going to or I will. Don't hope, do.
Along that sort of psychological analysis,
58.
you also pick up on the fact that he said he hopes he plays well and he hopes his opponent doesn't.
Yeah, you've got no influence over your opponent at all. Concentrate on what you do. And over the last 6 darts, that's exactly what he's
James
done
require
to
160.
leave himself 41 after 15. After the first 6 darts of this leg, that's a brilliant effort.
we were saying that it could be challenged, and then that McEwen's just changed the whole game. Scott Walters, big favourite now to hold his throw. Hurrell cannot do anything about it anymore.
95. Scott, you require 41.
Is 33% on his doubles. He's going to have to be better than that right here to take the lead.
1.
He did need that extra dart.
James, you require
as far
65.
as Hurrell's concerned, he's 67%, so he's more likely to hit than miss. The fact that he's got 2 is bad news for Walters.
Composes himself.
Yeah, that's King Short in the 5th flag. James Hurrell.
Didn't rush it. Probably felt the spike of adrenaline, probably felt the importance of the moment, and really took his time there.
6th flag is James.
I'm getting a sense
first.
of something now, as we're 5 legs deep in this one. I think Hurrell is more comfortable in this scenario on Saturday night for 2 reasons. 1, he's good in open situations where it's knockout. He likes the urgency.
100.
And as far as playing in front of crowds are concerned, he's got more experience of it. And in particular, he's played in front of people here before.
140.
Got to be valuable.
I was just looking here and thinking, do we have, or can we get hold of, the number of 180s hit as a record on finals night?
95.
Because we are in game 2, and we've already had 8. And we've got players coming up that are likely to hit a lot more.
I will get in touch with our stats guru.
121.
I'll find out what the best tally is for a Saturday night. Do you want here and Southampton?
Yeah, because I think it's under threat. We're not even 2 games in.
99.
Okay, I will get on the case.
After just being broken, this is brilliant from Scott Walters.
60.
141-2-1. Good reaction. He said earlier in the week in an interview he wants to become a full-time dart player. He wants this to be his job. This is what you need to do.
100.
When you are challenged, when you are beaten with something, when you've lost your throw, you need to react and try and get it straight back. And the only way to do that is with quality darts. And he's about to leave
140. James, you require 107.
How do you win darts matches? I've said this a million times. Don't allow your opponent to have a match dart. But Hurrell's got one.
67.
First life
Scott, you require
used up
40.
by Walters. Got to give himself chances.
Yeah,
and he will
that's
have a
King
chance
Short in the 6th
in
flag.
leg 7.
Scott
An
Walters.
excellent game of darts. And look at these stats. They're not very different.
7-10 final arc.
Only
It's Scott
half
to
a
throw
point
first.
between them.
Game
2
on.
maxes each. This is excellent.
I think if we had to look for some clues, we've got to say, 1, Scott Walters has got the throw, but 2, is just showing a little bit more
60.
in the power scoring department. If he can find one of those big 140s before James Hurrell does, that could be enough to get him over the line here.
Yeah, I love that point. That 5 next to his name in the 140 plus column is huge in this game. But now it's about finding that again.
81.
Add to that number. That's as perfect a first start as it could wish for. It should be a max.
100.
Anybody would think that, we just know his game from the last couple of nights. He's turned into one of those players who likes to sit them on top of each other. It gets them to land quite flat.
100.
And that big score has given him the lead and a cushion.
And that's why I said that he has to find that big score first. Because now, everything he does, he's making James
140.
Chase. He's making James do exactly what Scott was saying, and that's hope.
He's had a really good rhythm the last leg and a half, hasn't he? Lovely bit of poise before every dart is thrown. No rushing. And he's got Hurrell on the rack.
He lost his throw, went 3-2
81.
down.
Scott, you require 121.
He's been absolutely brilliant since losing his throw. And he's got plenty of time on his hands here. Just got to try and set this
57.
That's probably okay. Should still get a dart. Maybe 2.
Yeah, it's okay, but how much would he prefer to be sitting on double 12 with 3 darts in hand?
61.
He's loving
Scott
the fact
requires
that
64.
Hurrell's left 178. Now, it doesn't matter that he's not sitting on double 12. He's got 6 darts from here. Might only need 2. Double 8.
56.
He'll come back.
He stepped back, didn't he? He stepped back, but why was he stepping back? He was nodding along. He was expecting. Went from hope to expectation, but when we've seen people step back before, we've not seen anything but composure.
We've seen this from Hurrell this week, haven't we, against the slightly quicker players. If he's not ready to throw, he will take his time. And it gives
58.
Walters more time to think about what is coming up.
8.
2 4s for the first 2 points in Group 2.
Game,
That's what he gets.
Shot, and the match.
He takes charge.
Scott Walters.
And if he wins his next game in the group, which will be match 3 of the group against Reece Colley, he will top the group. It's up to Hurrell against Colley in match 4 to keep himself in it. An excellent game of darts, which yielded 5 maximums. So, that is Group 2. We'll go back to Group 1 now, where Mark Graham is hanging on by a thread. If he loses to Jim McEwen in match 3, he will be gone. We will say hello to Chucky after the break.
Welcome back to the finals here at the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Walters has got his campaign off to a perfect start, sealing a last leg victory against James Hurrell by 4 legs to 3. As you can see, a really even encounter when you have a look at the statistics. A 91.78 average for Scott. As you can hear, his fan base are inside the live lounge here this evening. They can actually see the pictures behind us. James Hurrell averaging 89.5 himself. 3 out of 6 on the doubles, 4 from 13 on the outer ring for Scott Walters, but it is the man from Winchester that gets the opening 2 points of the evening. James Hurrell is going to have to win his final group game to stand a chance of progressing through to the semi-finals. Well, it's middle match time now in both of our groups. We begin with Group 1, where we're going to see Mark Graham in action. He's going to have to win to stand a chance of progression. He takes on Chucky Jim McEwen, who is in his 10th consecutive day of action, and earlier on this evening he caught up with Jack Garwood.
So I can't see your face.
Jim, welcome back to the Super Series. It's yet another finals night for yourself. How are you feeling ahead of tonight's play?
Lucky to be here. Been a hard slog this week. It really has. For everybody, I think, as well. It's glad I'm here, though. Yeah.
Well, obviously, you're in with a chance to win £5,000 tonight. For a non-professional player, a player outside of that top 128 in the PDC. Played a lot of darts recently. How are you holding up?
Yeah, 55 now. I'm just about holding up, Jack. Yeah, I love it. It's darts is good. Yeah, getting tired now. I've been away a wee while from home, but yeah, just keep on going, pal.
Yeah, 2 pretty tough groups so far this week. It doesn't get any easier once you get to finals night. First opponent in Mark Graham. How are you feeling ahead of that matchup?
Oh, it's always tough groups anyway. Doesn't matter who you're playing. But I've never played Mark before, so we'll go into it with confidence. Always do. But whether the arm thinks that or not, I'm not sure. But yeah, it'll be okay, I think.
Yeah, and I've got to ask one more about playing in front of a crowd tonight. How are you feeling about that?
Used to playing in front of a crowd the last 6 months, especially at Lakeside. Wasn't a big crowd, but it was a crowd. I like it. Yeah, it's been hard not having anyone behind you, and it's been silent again. And yeah, looking forward to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all the best tonight, Jim.
Sorry.
All the best tonight.
Oh, thanks, pal. Thank you.
Well, perhaps it's only appropriate on Halloween weekend that we have Chucky in action here at the Super Series. Jim McEwen gets his finals campaign underway as he takes on the butcher, Mark Graham. It very is a very spooky vibe towards this match. Let's get the players on the stage with Marco Meyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here at finals night at the MODUS Super Series here in the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We go on away with game number 3 of tonight. And please welcome to the stage the butcher, Mark Graham, and Chucky, Jim McEwen.
Welcome back to the MODUS Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, and game number 2 in Group 1 for this evening. We'll see a knockout scenario for Mark Graham. He had the slot machine average in his first game, 77.77, but you do sense that he's going to need something a bit more prolific than that against this guy, the 55-year-old from Scotland, who was playing his 10th consecutive day of darts. Quite the effort he's put in. Not just this week, but over the last month. Doesn't even know the feeling of his own bed anymore. But the 45-year-old from Chester is at the point of no return. If he does not win this match, he will fail in his effort to make the semi-finals at his first attempt. But this is somewhat new for Jim McEwen, you would say.
First luck, it's Mark through first.
Facet,
game on.
because he has made Saturday nights this year. He has won on Saturday nights more than once, but he's never been to a Saturday night here in Portsmouth.
140.
You mentioned that he's had those 10 days in a row. I had a chance to chat with Jim McEwen earlier, really good chat. He was telling me that
121.
we kind of underegged it a little bit, because one thing we don't realise is actually before all of those, he went and did the Challenge Tour. And he said that he managed to go home for 1 day
67
in between those events. So really, we could probably say it's been more like 13, 14 days in a row, because that 1 day would have been travel, it would have been unpacking the suitcase, packing the new suitcase, doing the washing.
86.
I'm sure we're going to hear from Mrs. McEwen, who's like, Jim never does the washing. But we'll give it in for now.
It's something they don't tell you, when you join the tour.
96.
It's something that you never enjoy. The constant packing and unpacking. It gets really old. But this guy's like a fine wine. The older he gets, the better he gets.
100.
And he's worked super hard this week. He knows how to make it to Saturday night, that's for sure. He won the Champion of Champions event back in July. And he won the very first phase in Southampton earlier this year.
9.
He is favourite to win this match because of that experience. And if he does win against Mark Graham, it will mean that match 5 of the night between Owen and McEwen will be a playoff to see who wins the group. But Mark Graham will hope that that is not the case.
58.
Yeah, we've seen Mark Graham once tonight. Did lose that game 4-2 to Robert Owen, the favourite for the group, the favourite for the night. Favourite for the £5,000.
Jim, you require 136.
It is all on the line here. Jim McEwen wins, he's through with the 1 win. And he'll have to play Robert Owen later on, where they'll be playing for advantages. Obviously, get the advantage of throwing the semi-final if you win the group, which could be a very,
40.
very big plus.
Yeah,
Mark,
I think
you
it's
require
excellent
161.
to make the semi-finals, but if he can win the group and have that throw, it could be a very, very big thing. 161 is now off. His biggest finish of the week was a 164.
73.
McEwen has a chance to break in
Jim,
leg
you
1.
require 96.
He's had a lot of those this week. Those darts to the left of target. And they've cost him an awful lot. It has meant
52.
that he's been scrapping a lot.
Mark, you require 88.
All the 7s is averaging his first game, all the 8s here.
60. Jim, you require 44.
And you know for a fact that Jim's going Motown here. Time to go Loco and Acapulco on 4 tops.
And that is very, very low. We mentioned that he's had a little bit of a grip issue throughout the week, and that's what you're going to get with that.
20.
Get these
Mark, you require
random flying
28.
darts. Gives Mark Graham another opportunity to keep his
Yeah,
hopes
that's game
alive.
short in the first lap.
First time
Mark Graham.
Mark Graham gets his first mark on the board. No pun intended that time.
£11,000 in prize money tonight.
First game
if you are curious, 5,000 for the winner. 2,500 if you make the final. Get through your group into the semis, you get 1,250, and you are guaranteed £500 just
60.
for getting here tonight.
You mentioned there, when Jim McEwen was on 44, that he's going to go 4 tops. And you mentioned yesterday, when Jim McEwen left double 16,
82.
that you rarely see him in that area of the board. So I did some digging.
Okay, what were the results of said digging?
Jim McEwen has played 162 matches in the Super Series, the Live League, anything of this format.
66.
That is a total of 929 legs. And in that time, he has thrown at double 16 40 times.
48.
You can probably hear my laugh in the background. That is ridiculous. Sometimes double 16 is unavoidable, but over 850 legs.
180.
He has purposefully left tops instead of that corner. That's outstanding. That's the kind of thing Robert Thornton does.
And when I say 40 times, I mean 40 darts. So that could mean like He could have had 3 darts at that in one leg or one visit. He could have had 6 at some point.
That is outrageous, isn't it? I'm going to pay tribute to you for finding that out, but also pay tribute to our stats
133.
messiah, Mark Walker, who does an unbelievable job here at the Super Series.
I'm surprised you didn't ask the question about how many times he's hit it.
I was waiting for you to come up with that.
61.
Come on.
Jim, you require is 62.
19 times, 47%.
That's not bad. Maybe you should leave more often. Double 4.
$58.
Well, Mark Graham is not even at the halfway point of this leg, so McEwen is not looking over his shoulder just yet.
Even that route, 62. Most people would go 10s or treble 14.
68. Jim, you require
eliminating the chance
4.
of ever leaving double 16.
Yeah, that's right. It's the Gary Anderson route. He was the one who I first saw going treble 18 on 62. In fact, Colin Osborne goes that route now as well.
Yeah, that's game short.
Nice find there from Jim. 17 darts is good enough to level this one up at 1 leg all.
Third
Henry
leg gets
Deaton,
marked the throw first.
Esteemed presenter this evening, came up with some good vernacular actually for this game. It has got a bit of a Halloween theme to it. The Butcher versus Chucky.
97.
Sounds like a really bad movie. You know, like one of those movies that you see the trailer and you think, I'm not going to go and watch that. I'm not going to waste £13.99 at my local cinema to see that rubbish.
Like basketball. I just had to get
140.
6 straight days. If you had basketball on your Matthew Edgar bingo card for the night, you can tick that off right now.
100.
Well, that's the second 180 of this game. And we have actually got the answer to that question I posed in the last. I said, are we going to see a record-breaking night on the 180s? The record is set at 35.
100.
Now, there are a bit of context to add to this. First of all, when that record was set, there was 10 matches. Tonight, you are going to see 9. So we are 1 match less. And actually, that night also featured Jim McEwen.
30.
Yeah, we have 9 matches on a Saturday night as opposed to 10 because we don't have the need for a 3rd and 4th place playoff anymore because it's only one person going through to the finals. And those finals will take place in early 2023 because the 12 weeks of qualifying will straddle the new year. We will play all the way through till the 18th of December. We'll take a couple of weeks off of over Christmas, and then we will return with another week of qualifying on January the 2nd.
I've got my pen and paper out. I'll keep you updated if this gets closer. On 11 180s so far of the night. 2 in this game, 1 for each. 1 for Mark Graham, 1 for Jim McEwen. There's 4 in the opening game and 5
41.
in the second.
Mark, you require 136.
Jim McEwen, 2 massive big 180 hitters, are surely going to run that total up.
There's got to be somebody out there who's gone for more than 2.5 180s in every match.
Jim, you require 160.
If they are out there, they're clinging on to that one. They need one more.
And a little alarm bell here for Mark Graham fans and family.
Forward leg is Jim the throw first. Game on.
Every time Jim McEwen is starting to take legs. Plus Mark Graham lost that game by 4-2. First thing we'll decide these on is points. Then it will be decided on legs. Mark Graham would have wanted this to be a win by at least 4-2.
Correct. And that would have given us the scenario of the 9-dart shootout. Because if all 3 players in a group have the same result and 1 win...
81.
9-dart shootout time.
We've had 2 9-dart shootouts now, haven't we?
Yes, we have. First one was won by
140.
Ryan Finesse. And Andy Hamilton went through second at the expense of Lee Shewan. The next one was in week 12 with Chris Mason, Richie Howson and Tony O'Shea. And it was Richie Howson who lost out in an extra visit with Tony O'Shea, but he did make an error in that 9-dart shooter by not going for the 25 when he needed 21 points
83.
to get through. He went for the treble 20 in error and only got 20, which means he was tied with O'Shea going into a 4th visit. And O'Shea won that quite comfortably.
40.
Sort of feel a bit for Mark Graham, don't you? He's played so well in his Group C campaign. Probably above what we expected, like you said at the start of the show, and throughout the darts during Group C. Probably overachieved in those in terms of the levels we saw. But
94.
He's so far off it tonight, isn't he?
Yeah, he's definitely off the 8-ball tonight. He's almost behind it.
You think that's a sign of nerves? Big prize
42.
here.
Jim, you require 84.
I don't think he's used to playing for big money. So maybe this is an experience mission for Mark.
Yeah, that's game short in the
As far as
fourth
McEwen's
line.
concerned, that's
Jim
a really
McEwen.
good act at taking a 2-leg cushion now. 14 darter with
Fifth
an
flag
84
gets Martha
checkout.
through first.
He's on the
Game
cusp of sending Mark Graham out.
Not to write him off at this point, but if this is the end of the road for Mark Graham, this is big strides
57.
forward, reaching a finals night.
Yes, it is. There are great players out there who haven't done that.
Puts him in great stead for trying to get a return back here in phase 3.
Yeah, definitely. If you want to get another invite, first play well and get yourself to Saturday night, and then hopefully with the experience that you've gained here, you might be able to do better next time. I'm not writing him off.
29.
But the fact of the matter is, it's a second maximum of the match for McEwen. And I've got to mention it one more time. If you're going for more than 2.5 180s in every match tonight, 3 down, 6 to go.
85.
Also, I'll keep that tally running through. That is 12 for the night so far. I think that 35 is under serious
55.
threat.
Yeah, I think you might be right. We haven't even seen Reece Colley yet. I don't think he's talking to me, you know. I'm surprised you are, considering what Newcastle did to Aston Villa today.
140.
I nearly had to record some of it and put it on Twitter because I didn't come down to watch the game earlier, but I could certainly hear Paul Nicholson in the living room.
Well, I was quite reserved
140.
until
Jim
Miguel
Udicar,
Almiron had
96.
a whippy left footer in the top left-hand corner. What a player. War Miggy. War Jim. He's not through yet, but he may be very soon. And getting through to the semi-finals after one match, that really does take a bit of pressure off.
65. Jim, you
What we've
require
said,
18.
There's going to be a split here. I'd expect to see it on the 10. Well, the same aspect, I'd more expect Jim just to go straight
Game,
forward. He hates
shot,
that
and a
bottom
match.
part of the board.
Jim
Going into the
McEwen.
16s and 8s. He loves the 9s, and that double 9 is enough to send Jim McEwen through after one game. That is because Mark Graham lost his game earlier to Robert Owen, so that victory for Jim McEwen confirms him in the semi-finals. Both Jim McEwen and Robert Owen go through. They will be playing each other later on when they'll be playing to see who will have the advantage of throw in the semi-finals. But now we go back to Group 2, and we've got James Hurrell, and our first chance to take a look at the winner of Group C, Reece Colley.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we now know the lineup from Group 1 that is going to qualify their way through to the semi-finals, as Jim McEwen gets the better of the butcher, Mark Graham, by 4 legs to 1 with an 89.67 average, 2 maximums to his name and 4 out of 10 on the doubles. McEwen is through, but Mark Graham has had a fantastic debut campaign with us here at the MODUS Super Series. No doubt we'll see him again somewhere along the line at some point soon. He could be really proud of his efforts getting through to the finals on his debut. Well, it's all about the middle match in Group 2 now, and it's a first appearance for Reece Colley, who's got his fan club in behind us and making quite a racket behind us. He's making his debut in front of a crowd on this stage up against the hillbilly James Hurrell. If you think it's loud now, we're going to hear from the man himself now. He caught up with Jack Garwood earlier on this evening.
Rhys, welcome back to Super Series finals night. How are you feeling ahead of tonight's action?
Excited now, can't wait to get back on the stage and get going, yeah.
Yeah, done some digging on the stats ahead of tonight. You've been the most clinical on the outer ring out of anybody in the 6 tonight. How important is it that you keep that up this evening?
Like to say, trebles for show, doubles for dough, so, but yeah, if my scoring's there, I'm just going to keep hitting them doubles and then I'll be happy with that, yeah.
Yeah, you play the second game and the third game in your group tonight. Just knowing what you've got to do with those 2 games after seeing what happens first make a difference to the way you approach the evening?
Not really, no. I'm just going into it thinking, just win every game. If you win every game, you win the tournament. So, yeah, try and win every game if I can. So.
Yeah, and playing in front of a crowd tonight, how does that change anything for you again?
It's nice, yeah. I've got a few down here tonight, like coming to watch me and stuff, and like my nan's come to watch me today, and it's the first time I've actually come out and watched for like 3 years now. So. Now I'm excited to play in front of him, yeah.
Well, all the best tonight.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
So then Reece Colley catching up with our colleague Jack Garwood early on this evening. He takes on James Hurrell, who has to win to stay in the race for qualification in the semi-finals. The format is first to 4 in this game, which, as an Aston Villa fan, is probably something he does want to hear. Hasn't been a great afternoon for him, but he'll be hoping it's going to be a good evening. Let's see if he can get his campaign off and running to the perfect start as he takes on the hillbilly. Your commentary team is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson. But first, your MC to get the boys on the stage, Marco Meyer.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here at finals night at the MODUS Super Series here in Portsmouth. We now continue with game number 4. Please welcome both players to the stage, Hillbilly James Hurrell and Chaos Reece Colley.
It looks like Hillbilly's been thrown into the lion's den. I think Chaos, Reece Colley, has got plenty of support here. I can't believe how loud Henry Deacon had to talk there just to introduce this 23-year-old from the West Midlands. A very good young player. And his opponent will know plenty about him because they both have played in the same system this year in the WDF. Reece Colley has got an automatic invite to the WDF World Championships because he won one of their premier events, the British Open.
First luck is James to throw first. Game on.
But it is Hurrell who has the darts in this key match for him. If he loses it, it's his second time failing to make the semis.
140.
We sensed this group was going to be tight, didn't we, at the very start? 4-3 victory for
85.
Scott Walters in the opener, so not too much damage done for James Hurrell in losing that opening game. Still got the 3 legs. If you're going to lose, get the 3. Keeps it open for a bit longer.
58.
I believe you said it's got to be 2 points and the plus leg difference, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. 1 win and a positive leg difference.
57.
You are through. That's the formula. As it stands, Hurrell is at -1, so a win by 4 legs to 2, and he's safe.
96.
I'm really fascinated to see what kind of an atmosphere we've got here at the Live Lounge, because
57.
That was loud at the start of this match. I can't remember it ever being that loud for anybody coming out here. Not in the times that I've been here. But Reece Colley's been very, very impressive this week.
140.
18 points over 2 days in Group C. 90% his win rate this week. He's only lost 1 match.
44.
And that was to
James
Shane
requires
McGurk.
67. $27.
First chance for Hurrell goes begging. Colley hasn't found his range yet. I don't suppose Rhys has got a great deal of
James should
experience playing
require
in front
40.
of a crowd.
Yeah, that's game short than the first
one. We know
lap.
that Hurrell
James
does.
Hurrell.
You may know a little bit better than me, Matt, but the exposure to
Second
the
lag
lenses
is Rhys to throw first.
and the audience.
Game on.
This may be a bit of a new experience that he's going to have to get used to it, because over the next few years, I see him doing big things.
125.
As you know, I like to try and look for answers or clues in different things. I come up with all sorts of quirky ideas. Here's a concept.
100.
Reece Colley took a little bit longer to settle in here, and now he's starting to find his darts after about 12 darts on the stage.
140.
What happens is the players come out, and while we're all doing our talking, they have 4 minutes or so on the stage throwing. Tonight, they get on stage, they have 6 darts, as it just took him a little bit longer to find the range.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent point you just made.
140.
And if the man from the West Midlands is going to have some of his supporters shout on the England captain's throat, James
100.
is experienced enough to step back. And if he looks at you and glares, he'll look through you. He's a very strong-willed individual.
97.
But that point you made
Rhys
about
should require
being on the
136.
stage prior to Tour de Hockey is very, very good point. They do get during the week about
96. James should require
164.
164.
6 darts up there is nothing.
And one of the things when you're playing on a stage is the perception. Always just, I use the expression when I spoke with Chris Mason about this in commentary a few weeks back. I use the expression deep. It makes the board feel deep.
Rhys should require
And then
40.
he said long, which is the same meaning, really. It's the same problem.
10s.
Yeah,
Finds the
that's been
fives.
short in the second line.
We have a level game.
Reece Colley.
He does have 2 nicknames
Third
on that
lag
shirt.
is James to throw first.
One,
Game on.
Chaos. The other one, Poacher, which has a bit of a story to it. It was a nickname given to him by his late grandfather
60.
in his football days. Apparently he was a good person to have in the box. Aston Villa could have done with that today.
60.
Having said that, they probably needed somebody to get it in the box.
I'm just looking here because he's lost a flight out of the stem. Now, I spoke to Rhys earlier, and I can assure you before you start jumping on his back with that he's actually got a new set in.
Yeah, the last couple of days, we've been on Rhys's back because one of his stems was semi-broken and
85.
he just wouldn't repair it or replace it. And he constantly had flights on the floor. Well, we have it on good authority from one of his friends who was in the crowd tonight that the stems have been
60.
renewed. So you would hope that no flights will make it to the floor. Got a nice fresh set of foldable flights as well. And that's the one you should do,
140.
right? Fresh day of competition, fresh flights, fresh stems. That's what you should do.
Absolutely. I'm always changing mine before a tournament.
You don't see
Never
Rory
come and
McIlroy go on the first tee with a
81.
battered golf ball. Simple as that.
$59.
Most interesting result that we could get from this game would be 4-3 to Hurrell. Because that means the 9-dart shootout is still possible.
140. Reece require
for Hurrell is
157.
4-2. Get that, you're through. Colley just wants to win.
51.
Any win.
James require
by
100.
any result will knock out Hurrell. He was 5-1 to win tonight, the England captain. Quite astounding, really, when you think about it.
60.
He's the WDF number
Reece
one and the
require
England captain. You
106.
would think that he would be the shortest price. He was in the middle of the pack. Robert Owen was the favourite at 11-4.
Yeah, I think that's right as well. And obviously Scott Walter's second favourite, 72.
98.
Really
James
impressed with Scott
require
Walters.
40.
He's really putting a good level of performance, and he's brought that here again. Played very well in his opening game. 91 average, beating James Hurrell, which is why James
That's
Hurrell
game
needs to win
short in
this
the
one.
third line.
He's
James
halfway
Hurrell.
there. The bigger the score, the better it is for James.
Forward leg is Reece through first. Game on.
I remember when I first started commentating on James when he made his Lakeside debut. And I used to call him James Hurrell.
99.
I was trying to say it right because there was a sprinter back in the late 80s. He used to run for the Santa Monica Track Club. He's very, very famous 100-meter runner called Leroy Burrell.
100.
It was the same spelling apart from the first letter. And I thought it was exactly the same. Trust me, it wasn't that long until somebody came up to me and said, it's Hurrell.
125.
It's like the Wayne Mardell problem, isn't it?
Yes, it is. If you said it the same way as Mardell, it would be
180.
Well, first 180 of the game. Add that to the tally, Mr. Edgar.
140.
How many have you got?
We're on 13 now, and we said the overall record's 35. That was slightly different because that was over 10 games. We've now been told that the best over the new 9-game format, which is without the third, fourth place playoff, is 30.
Going to be close. Because this is game
135. Reece require
approaching the
137.
halfway point. So I think we've got to get to about 16 or 17 to get that record, potentially. Colley's going to leave
97.
tops.
James require 86.
In matches like this, if you're on a 2-darter against the throw, this is a massive chance. Game-changing shot. It would be on the bull.
61. Reece require 40.
That was for a 12-darter there from James. Reece leaving a double after 12. Then one's hurt. He might still have to feel the pain if he doesn't hit this double 10.
Yeah, that's
Here
game
comes
short
the
in the
pain
forward line.
for James Hurrell.
Reece Colley.
It's 2-2. Good game. Hurrell averaging in the mid-90s.
Fifth flag is James to throw
in his
first.
first game of the night,
Game on.
just a shade under 90. But Colley is just hanging on to him with everything he's got. We talked earlier in the week, didn't we, about
85.
Colley winning the British Open and the amount of people, the amount of great dart players who have won that title over the last 30 to 40 years.
97.
And we also talked about the Roll of Honour of England captains that Hurrell is taking over from, the likes of John Lowe and Scott Mitchell and Martin Adams.
134.
It is such a small list as well, isn't it? Because Martin Adams held that title for so long and just wouldn't release it.
Yeah, Tony O'Shea had the captaincy for a bit as well. There's the first maximum for Rhys. He's starting to find that range that he really does need. 14 maximums coming into this finals night for the week for Reece Colley. A really good
140.
Really good ratio at 0.23, which means he's under hitting one every 3 legs, but over hitting one every 4 legs. It's a decent ratio, that one, but the best one from anybody in this group is actually
137.
Walters.
James, you require 142.
He's hitting one more than every 3 legs. Is Colley taking over?
60.
Is he putting Hurrell under
Rhys,
it?
you require 87.
This shot will tell the story. Bull.
62.
Wow, that
James,
was
you
close.
require
That just
82.
needed a tiny bit more in the air to caress the red bit. It's that red bit that Hurrell would love right now.
4-2 was a sweet spot for James Hurrell to get him through.
42.
That might not be able to go.
Rhys, you
Because
require
Reece Colley
25.
wants 25 points to break the throw and take it out of James Hurrell's hands.
He's chosen double 4.
21.
That was a bit shaky. That shot at double
James, you
4
require
was massively
40.
pulled. And you didn't have to adjust your set to see that Hurrell bent the wire of tops the last time he was here.
Yeah, that's game
This
short in the
time,
5th flag.
It's on the right side of
James
that wire.
Hurrell.
And that 4-2 scoreline is still possible.
6th flag is Rhys to throw first. Game on.
James Hurrell mentioned in his interview at the start of the night that he's hoping to draw some energy from the crowd tonight.
59.
Asked me 2 questions. The biggest one, though, is does that mean that he's feeling a little bit tired? Maybe running a little bit short on energy himself, which if he can just find one last spurt, this leg could see him through.
100.
I'm not hearing a great deal of noise for Hillbilly in the crowd. I don't know how many people he's got here with him. In fact, when he's seen at Lakeside, he's one of the most popular people. He's got a lot of friends on tour. He's very friendly with the likes of Jim Williams. A lot of players from Wales. I remember when he wasn't very well and he couldn't go back to Lakeside because he was in hospital.
51.
There were a lot of people really concerned for him. And they're just glad he's back playing darts. But what a return it's been for him. He's playing the best darts of his life this year.
140.
That right shoulder is just starting to creep in for Colley, and that is a sign for him of tension. When that happens, you just got to go to the back of the stage
60.
and shake that arm out. Make it relaxed.
He's
96.
got a throw that relies on a fluent movement, hasn't he? It requires that snap.
Yeah, he doesn't want to crackle or pop.
100. Rhys, you require 106.
Take it to 3-3. He's got time. Doesn't have to go 60 here. He could actually go treble 12.
58.
These are 2 darters, so now he's got choices. He can leave tops or he can go for double 16. But this is a monstrous few seconds for James Hurrell.
140.
He's hoping
Rhys, you require 48.
that Colley misses. Because if he does, Hurrell will have a chance to put himself in the semis.
28.
And he does miss. Over to you, James.
James, you require 50.
Whether he knows it or not, I don't know. He's going to look at 10 for tops to make the semis.
Game,
He's done it,
shot,
and he
and
knows
match.
it. Reece
James
Colley
Hurrell.
is still alive, but he's going to have to win by a margin in game number 6 against Scott Walters, and that's going to be a really difficult task considering how he's played this week. Excellent stuff ahead, but excellent stuff we've just seen from Hurrell. The first match tonight that didn't have at least 3 180s, but it did have a win by 4 legs to 2 for Hurrell, and you will see him in the final 4 a little bit later on. We will have a playoff for the top spot in Group 1 when we return. It will be McEwen against Owen, their 4th meeting of the week after the break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it was a massive victory for James Hurrell against Reece Colley by 4 legs to 2. Let's have a look at the stats from that match. A 93.97 average for Hurrell, 1 maximum apiece in that match, but it was the 2 from 11 on the outer ring which came to cost Colley in the end. James Hurrell 4 out of 8 on the outer ring, and as Paul Nicholson alluded to in commentary, that is good enough for him to get his way into the final 4 of the competition. It's nice and simple to round off Group 1. It's a straight shootout for top spots in the group. Both messes, Robert Owen and Jim McEwen, already into the final 4. 2 stalwarts and 2 legends of this competition go toe-to-toe for top place. The winner will get to throw first in the opening semi-final of our evening. Your commentary team for this one is Matt Edgar and Paul Nicholson. The players on stage and ready to go with Marco Meyer.
A very warm welcome back. It's now a playoff to see who will win Group 1. Because these two both got a win in their first game of the night, sending Mark Graham home with BFH, bus fare home. Does that one take you back to the 80s and 90s? Well, Mark Graham has been sent home with £500 for his effort of making Saturday night, but these two have got a little bit more in the bank. They'll be hoping to times Mark's money by 10. First job is done, though, with a game to spare. But the key thing in this game, Matt Edgar, is that the winner of this will have the darts in the first semi-final against the runner-up from Group 2.
It's interesting because we were having a chat, weren't we, off air, and again, as you've probably seen already when I spoke about the 6 darts and the minutes, I like to look for answers for why things
First
happen.
leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
We've had situations, many situations, they called it a curse in the pre-match interview, of people that win Group A and come back and lose both of their games or don't qualify or don't play as well.
43.
Do you know how many people have won Group A in the last 14 weeks and then gone on to win the week? 1. That's why we
40.
think there's something in this. And Matt's about to make a brilliant point.
This is the second time we've seen Robert Owen tonight. It is now 11:45 at night. Robert Owen played in the very first game of the night at around about 10 past
59.
10. He has been sat for about an hour and a half while everybody else is playing. Is the structure of how these games come for the players a disadvantage for the player in Group A?
135.
I've got to say yes. Because he's the only person tonight who was in that situation.
Now imagine if Robert would have lost that opening game.
134.
That's a long time, an hour and a half, to sit stewing on things. And if you've lost it heavy, there's a long time to start sitting in and taking in all those problems.
Yeah, and he had to work very, very hard
60.
to get that win against Mark Graham. It was a 4-2 win, but the score does not reflect the amount of mental effort he put in to get over the line. That was a tough match for him.
95.
Curveball to think about. Spoke to Jim McEwen earlier, and I said to him, me and Paul Nicholson were saying on commentary that you looked like you was flagging, running on fumes.
83.
Then all of a sudden,
Jim, you require
you start playing
170.
really, really well. Was that just a case of finding a second wind? He said no. He said, I thought I was already through, so I just relaxed and it just came out. He is already through.
13.
Do we see a relaxed Jim McEwen where it just all comes out? Or does Robert Owen show us why he's the group favourite?
85.
Enough,
Jim, you require 157.
Being the Group A winner and coming through. And having that big gap between Game 1 and Game 2. Jim had that in week 4 of the last stage. And he didn't win either game. He didn't even make the semis.
93. Robert,
So
you
being
require 98.
the second person to hit the hockey from Group 1 has actually helped him, maybe. Great first start.
Yeah, that's
And a
came short in
beautiful
the
check out of
first one.
98.
Robert
So
Owen.
team stack attack will be buoyed by that. And there's the smile of someone.
Second leg is Robert to throw first.
His goodbye night here at the Super Series. He's been one of the most prolific winners over the last 18 months. He's played
81.
So many games. This is his 400th, well, 424th game. 424 games. He has won 236. And we talk often during the week about what kind of win percentage you need to be a real threat here. You've got to be over 55%.
22.
If you're up towards 60%, you're even better. Robert Owen is just a shade over 55%. That's why he's constantly come back and had success.
180.
But Jim McEwen's win percentage, after playing 163 games, is over 63%. That's elite.
85.
I was just looking at Team Robert Owen when he hit that 22 and was getting a bit frustrated. There's one thing you can rely on your family for, and that's to be your harshest critic.
82.
And you sat laughing at him after he hit the 22. The other thing with Robert is I didn't realise
26.
he was one of those players, like Michael Smith, for example, or an Adrian Lewis, who when they hit a bad score, like to call out their own name.
Oh, they first name themselves.
99.
3 times in this leg I've seen him mime Robert.
Do you know how many times Robert Owen has won on a Saturday night with us?
140. Jim, you require 80.
Well, Jim's won twice this year, both times in Southampton. He's going for tops.
60.
Gives Robert a
Robert,
free hit at
147.
Come back to that point in the next leg, because we're looking at 2 Super Series legends. Double 18.
111.
Oh, that was close. He fancied that one.
Jim, you require 20.
Jim McEwen attempted 2 tops for the 80 in the last one. What I call
10.
the overly aggressive route.
Robert, you require
Richard North
36.
hit that last night, didn't he? But he's not here. Rob is.
Yeah, that's game short of the
he's
second
2-0
leg.
up.
Robert Owen.
I don't know how that went in, actually, because if you look at the way his darts go in the board, he couldn't have seen much of that
Third
section
leg
of the
is
double
Jim to
18.
throw first. Game
So let's
on.
talk about these guys and what they've done on Saturday nights. Over the last 18 months, Robert Owen has won 6 Saturday nights. Every single one of them in Southampton. He's never won here. He had a chance to win here last week in Stage 1 finals. He didn't even make the finals night.
95.
Jim McEwen won the Champion of Champions in the summer, and he also won Phase 1 this year, beating Darryl Pilgrim in the final. And funnily enough,
24.
that night, Robert Owen was 3rd.
Yeah, just sometimes
100.
the darts of Robert Owen, the way they lie, when they're sat on that top wire, you just think you can't get it in, and he did. Found the 100. You don't see the angle from that one, but from a different camera angle we may see in a minute.
100.
But the darts really do lie down flat, and that double 18 was a disgusting deflection.
Ah, the old double D.
96.
I remember the first time I ever played Robert, and I looked at the way his darts were going on the board. It was on the Pro Tour. And I remember squinting and arching my neck towards the board as if to say, are you really going to throw your darts and get them to land like that?
40.
I won quite comfortably, but that was years ago. He has evolved into this really good player.
133.
He's firmly in command. There's not many times on a Saturday night or a Sunday morning where you can afford to lose and still walk away with the money. This is pretty much the only scenario
61.
where that is possible.
Robert, you require 77.
You want to be the guy who wins all 4 games. You want to just get it done that way.
I can tell you as well, though, it does hurt when it goes the other way round. Not too
37.
long ago in the old venue in Southampton, I played Graham Usher, and I beat him in the group phase, and then he came back and beat me later on in the final. So that could be a scenario we see here as well.
118. Robert, you require 40.
3-0 beckons. Well, it's not in the way, I don't think. Turns out it was.
Yeah, that's game short than the third
for a 3-0 lead.
Robert Owen.
Not a classic performance, but maybe they're just saving something in reserve.
Forward Larkers, Robert to throw first. Game on.
I honestly don't know how much more reserve Jim McEwen's got. The guy just can't stop playing darts. And it was interesting chatting to him, actually, because I was saying, like, are you not too tired and things? He's like, no, it's just my life now.
7.
Because I'm just away at darts all the time.
So he should have the walk-on song It's My Life by Dr. Alban.
Or the Bon Jovi version.
I see where you went there. I've got a bit of a quiz question,
100.
actually, while we're still in this match, and I will give you the answer at the start of the next match. In the history of what was the Live League, what is now the Super Series,
140.
there have been 2 players who have won consecutive weeks. In the old format, there were 4 qualifying weeks. And then there was a Champions Week
100.
after. 2 players won week 4 and then won the Champions Week after. Now, your clue is that they are players of different nationalities,
41.
different continents, and they both happened last year. So I'm seeing how your knowledge is from last year. Can you name the 2 players who have won consecutive weeks with us
81.
in the last 2 years? You got any ideas?
140.
You get the same stat sheet as me, so no cheating. I wonder if Robert's going to go for the 19s on 173 because 7 of them
140.
will leave tops. Yeah, sensible route.
Last time Jim was on 80, he went for tops. The
44.
overly aggressive route. We saw
Jim
James
Judicard,
Richardson do that
80.
before. Richard North do it yesterday. And he's persisting. But he has gone for the bottom wire, so at least he gives himself those 20 points.
60.
Might see him
Robert
bagel
Judicard,
right here.
129.
To win Group 1 with a bang.
There's that cry of
Jim, you
Robert.
require 20.
Again, as he misses the treble 20. 20 points for Jim. Go to the 5s.
10.
Just not happening for Jim.
Robert, you require 88.
Well, you'd have to say it doesn't need to right now, but it must do later because this could be a return fixture later. Ooh, I like that.
56.
Double 18 for
Jim,
double
you
16. That's a
require
bit cavalier.
10.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that play, actually. Especially if you can go on the inside wire, because you're playing safe on the 18 while giving yourself the chance. 2 1s.
Yeah, that's game short
in
on the forward line.
madhouse.
Jim McEwen.
Probably feeling a bit mad, actually, with this level of performance.
Yeah, nobody wants to be nilled, that's for sure.
5th lag is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Jim hasn't been nilled very much this week, has he? The amount of 4-3s we've had from Jim McEwen. He's played the most legs of anybody this week, and that is because of the amount of 4-3s that he's got himself embroiled in. Doing things like this.
108.
his best darts when he goes behind.
Some people are like that, though, aren't they?
140.
If you're wondering as to why Robert Owen is wearing a knee strap as well, he's had a problem on that leg for quite some time. It's something that he's had surgery on, and he may need further surgery.
35.
But he's all right for now because, as you can see, most of his weight is on his right knee and right side. I guarantee you, if the injury was on his right side, he wouldn't have a tour card. He'd be too busy trying to get an appointment for an operating table.
Probably goes back to his days of playing rugby, something that served him quite well this week with that video we managed to put up online where a no-look catch of the flight.
Yeah, that was a good highlight of the week. Somewhat mystifying thing where the stem snapped when it hit the board, but the flight came out first.
57.
He said he didn't even realise he did it. And when we had a chat earlier on, because if you watch it back, that's why he was surprised. He's got the flight in his hand and he's like, oh, how did that happen? He was trying to work out what had happened, but it was one of the most incredible things I've ever seen.
I don't know how he got that
140. Jim, you require
I
126.
And I'm supposed to know everything about this game. The way he delivers the darts underneath with that overstacking method, it defies physics.
39.
Said the same earlier.
Robert, you require 64.
On the top and then somehow found one in the treble.
He's found a new way of playing this game.
24. Jim, you require
I think he
87.
thought that was in, you know.
Jim McEwen is only 1 from 10 on the outer ring in this game, so why not have a go at the middle?
Yeah, that's game short in the fifth one.
McEwen.
Jim
very
McEwen.
hot on the ball. That's a good finish there, 87 from Jim McEwen. Just change the tactic.
6 slaggers,
They can't
Robert
hit
to
the
throw
outer ring, we'll
first.
just
Game
go
on.
in the middle.
Are you a subscriber, because I am, to the fact that the noise on the bullseye is different to any other place on the dartboard?
Yes, the ball in the
140.
Yeah.
It just sounds better.
It's more of a thud. Or a dunk.
Are you going for a thud or a dunk?
41.
But the thud is like the... Well, I'll go more for a dunk then. I'll go for a dunk.
Yeah, because when you see a dartboard made, and I've actually seen these dartboards
80.
being made in Kenya. Not actually in Kenya, but on video. Because that's where they're made. They're made in Kenya. And the sisal is compacted to a premium compression.
100.
But when you have a microphone behind the board, it's either something to do with the board itself or the placement of the microphone, where the sound of the bull is just
41.
better than everything else. It's maybe a combination of the two, actually.
What sound did you go for the bullseye?
A nice little thwack. I don't even know if that's a word.
121.
No, it probably isn't.
This is where Twitter's going to be blowing up with different suggestions for the sound. I've gone for a dunk. Paul Nicholson's gone for a thwack.
60.
I wonder what Henry's going to go for.
I didn't come off well there.
$135.
Robert Owen's in danger of not coming off well in this game because Jim McEwen is doing Jim McEwen things. We're going to have to start calling the 4-3 the McEwen at
100. Jim, you require 104.
This is James Wade's favourite finish. Oh, single number missed. I was just going to say, James Wade goes that route as well. Anything to leave double top. Now, what's Rob going to do from 80? I don't think he's going to go for the 2 double tops. It's not his
Robert,
style.
you require 80.
See?
60.
Missed his chance
Jim,
again.
you require 24.
Could have won this one by a mile. Could be a one-leg shootout to see who gets the darts in the semis.
Yeah, that's
It's
Game Shaw in the
amazing how
sixth
many
line.
times you have
Jim
a dart
McEwen.
player in the background nodding because they just know that double three's going to be hit.
7th and
3-3.
final arc is Jim to throw first. Game on.
McEwen's got the darts to see who will throw first in the semis, to see who wins Group 1.
And once again, Jim McEwen is involved in a 4-3. Which way round will it go?
60.
You want to hear something really cool?
Of course.
This is how good Mark Walker is. Now, you're probably sitting at home watching on Sporty.TV or on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, and you think, why do you keep bringing up this guy? This guy he's the man. This is why. This is the kind of stat that I love.
85.
Do you remember how many games Rob Owen's played with us in the last year and a half? It's over 400. Yes, 400 plus games.
78.
He's never lost from 3-0 up. Never.
Well,
outstat that if you can.
60.
And it might be about to continue because he's thrown 3 darts less, but the scores are the same. That means this is like a bonus visit, a chance to really kick on.
98.
Push himself towards the finishing line. This is, if Jimmy's going to be the first one to do that, this is the visit. He needs another one at least. That is a big problem. He can no longer leave a finish from this point.
125.
Robert Owen is in the driving seat.
If you've got 2.5 or more maximums in this game, it's just been busted. Because that was the last
60.
chance for it to happen in this match. Do you remember earlier in the week? Rob Owen took out 2 massive finishes of 140 or more.
131. Robert Judy Kwan, 140.
To save a match. He needs it again. 145 is best of the week against Shane McGurk. He's not going to replicate that sort of range. So this could be the first
42.
time he's ever
Jim
lost from 3-0 up
40.
on his final night with us.
Game,
McEwen
shots,
wins the group
and the match.
and
Jim
sends
McEwen
Owen into the first semi-final. He's going to be the runner-up from group number 1. But it's time we find out after that playoff. It wasn't the best from both players. You can see from the averages. But we are going to fast forward to see who goes through group 2 because they're all still alive. And when we come back, not only will we see that, but we'll get the answer to our teaser question as well. So don't go far. We've just hit the midnight hour. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where it is joy for Jim McEwen. He's the man who tops Group 1, courtesy of that 4-3 victory against Robert Owen in the concluding game of Group 1. As you can see, the averages there kind of played by the double statistics. 2 maximums to Jim McEwen, Robert Owen without a maximum. But for the first time in his Super Series career, Robert Owen has gone 3-0 up and then gone on to lose the match 4-3 for the first time in his Super Series career. Not that it matters, because he is into the semi-finals. However, McEwen will now have the advantage of throw in the opening semi-final. Still plenty to play for, though, in Group 2 as we head to the concluding game of that one. It's Reece Colley up against the local favourite in Scott Walters. The man that can breathe the easiest in that game is James Hurrell. He knows that he is safely through to the semi-finals come what may. Scott Walters needs 3 legs to qualify. If he wins the match, he tops the group. So that is the scenario at play ahead of our final game in the group stages here. It's Super Series finals night. Let's hand over to our commentary team. It's Paul Nicholson and Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Henry. Yeah, looking forward to this game, the final group game of the evening. And this will signify 2/3 of our action completed as we roll into Sunday morning. As far as Reece Colley's concerned, he has a mission. That mission is to stop Scott Walters in his tracks. It's not just trying to beat him. He's got to beat him by a margin. Even if Reece Colley does beat Scott by 4 legs to 3, that will not be enough. It's got to be at least 4-2.
First leg, it's Rhys to throw first. Game on.
And how do you come into a game like that when you kind of know you don't have to win it, you've just got to get to 3 legs? So it makes like a mini game within the game.
100.
We see it year in, year out, don't we? With the Grand Slam of Darts in November. We see it almost week in, week out here at the MODUS Super Series. I hate to say this, and I don't know whether this paints me as negative.
119.
But I don't want this for Scott Walters. I think he'd rather have the mindset of, I just need to win the game, rather than, I just need 3 legs.
100.
It's easier just to get 3 legs than 4. But it's an easier mindset knowing that you just got to win the game.
96.
He said a little bit earlier in his interview that he just wants to go up there, do his thing, and win each game as it comes. If he does that, he wins the night. Simple as that.
100.
What's fascinating to me is that I know, from communication I've got with the practice room, James Hurrell didn't know until about 10 minutes ago that he'd actually qualified.
140. Scott, you require 161.
Yeah, I think sometimes players just never think they've done enough. They always worry, don't they? And you see that even
60.
Around
Reece, you require 46.
For qualification through World Championship, Players Championships, things like that. We're all looking for that definitive confirmation.
28. Scott, you require 101.
First blood against the throw. Can it be another ton-plus checkout?
Yeah, that's came short in the first leg.
And Colley
Scott
should have
Walters.
taken that leg. He missed 2 darts for it. You cannot leave this guy on something like this.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first.
He's starting to turn into one of these guys who looks at finishes like 100, 101, 117. Anything that involves treble 20, single number and tops.
123.
That is what James Wade has made a career of, living in the county of Hampshire.
140.
If you was trying to work out probabilities or odds of Reece Colley now qualifying, that has just got significantly larger. In
100.
Because that is a break of throw for Scott Walters, and he only needs to reach 3 legs. Reece needs to win this 4-2 or better.
139.
So he can only afford to lose 1 more leg.
Correct. So let me list the permutations as they stand. Any game that involves a Walters
100.
win, he will be top, Hurrell will be second in the table. A 4-1 or 4-2 win for Colley
140.
will mean that Hurrell will top the group and Colley will be second. So Walters is still at risk, even with this 1-0 lead.
81.
A 4-3 win for Colley
82.
will mean that Walters will be second and Hurrell will be top. We will whittle down these scenarios as they happen, but that is a missed single.
42.
Giving Walters
Scott
a shot at 97,
97,
which could involve that double top bet again, and it does.
Yeah, that's game
And
short
that
in
is
the
a really
second
good
round.
find.
Scott Walters.
He's got support out there, and he's playing his premium stuff. 30 darts.
Third leg is Rhys to throw first.
For the first couple of
Game
legs.
on.
But on both occasions, it was because of vital misses from his opponent.
He's had opportunities, but now he's got to
83.
take every one of them. If he loses one more leg, he is out. Scott Walters is in. And then we'll have our complete semi-final
100.
lineup.
Yes, the first semi-final
135.
will involve Jim McEwen, the winner of group number 1. He won his 2 group games by 4 legs to 1 and 4 legs to 3.
48.
So he doesn't have much of a break between the end of the last match and the beginning of the next one. But he will take on the runner-up from this group.
134.
We don't know who that's going to be yet.
This is good darts from Rhys. When your back's up against the wall like he is here, and you've got to win 4 legs. To be down on 149 after 9 darts is good going.
100. Rhys, you require 149.
Double treble combinations, the 135, the 134.
97.
Quite nice after 12.
If he doesn't come through this group, you know who's going to get the blame. Me and you. You'll probably say, I should have kept that snapped stem.
45. Rhys, you require 52.
First of 4 needed.
$20.
It's okay this time because Walters is not on and out. He is now.
140.
And it's
Rhys, you
gettable.
require 32.
So don't miss.
Yeah, that's game short in the third line.
Well, he's not going to
Reece
be done
Colley.
4-0 like his football team were this afternoon. Not that I'm bragging. But he
Fourth
did
leg
actually
is
say to
Scott
me
to
on the
throw
way through to the
first.
practice room earlier.
Game on.
We were awful. Reece tonight, not awful.
140.
First game he lost to Hurrell with an 88 average. That's not terrible at all. He has raised his performance in this second group game. As you can see, he's averaging 3 figures.
134.
But I really do think he's going to have to maintain that throughout this match to stand a chance of winning by 4 legs to 2.
78.
He's just going to need some time. He's going to need a 180 at the right time, a big finish.
96.
Funny enough, his best performance of the week, 98.56, came in his very first game on Thursday morning.
59.
At that point, he got my attention, and I thought, I think he's going to get through this group. We were right.
180.
First Max gets into a finish first again.
When you said he's going to have to raise it, I said he's going to need one of 2 things. He's going to need a big
43.
finish
Reece, you
or
require
180 at the
91.
right time. That was the right time.
Tops.
Yeah, that's
An
game
11
short in the
darter
fourth leg.
to draw
Reece
level.
Colley.
Half the job done. Now he's got to replicate.
Fifth
what
leg
he's
is
just
Reece to
done.
throw first. Game on.
Do these players know the scenario, do you think?
If they do,
96.
you can imagine Scott Walters is starting to feel a little bit nervy because Reece's average has hit the 107 mark. He has raised it,
48.
just like you suggested he needed to.
I really don't want to bring this up, but I guess I have to.
84.
Walters was here a few weeks ago, and he won all 5 games. on the Thursday, and he lost all 5 on the Friday. He was heartbroken. Right now, if he knows he only needs one leg, if he loses this game 4-2, he will storm out of this place with a freshly shattered heart. He is 1 leg away from the semi-finals. He needs the lot. Gets the lot. He's first to the finish this time. What a fabulously courageous maximum that was.
57. Scott, you require 133.
That the Colley average is going up and the Walters one is going down. And just like we said earlier on, could be down to a bit of timing.
93.
I feel that Rhys is going to have
Rhys,
to
you
take
require
this
130.
If he's got any hope of making the semi-final.
Over to you, Reece Colley. Can you find it? Double 5.
125.
Snatched it out of the hand.
Scott, you
and a
require
chance for
40.
Walters on his favourite double without any hesitation.
Yeah,
he gets it
short
done.
in the 5th flag.
He's 3-2 and he is in the semi-finals. Reece Colley can do nothing from this position now, apart from win the match.
6 flaggers, Scott to throw first. Game on.
And if he does win from here by 4 legs to 3, he will put Walters in 2nd position, meaning he would have to stay on the board.
82.
There were 2 great darts there by Reece Colley to give himself the opportunity at the double. And if
84.
Anything, I think he just went a little bit too quick.
Now, in the 12 weeks of qualifying, some players will have the chance
137
of 2 cracks at getting to the Week 13 Champions Week.
140.
Reece Colley has played a 2-day campaign this week, which means, by the rules,
59.
if possible, he may later on get a full week. That happened to Josh Payne, who made the Champions League finals last Saturday. He played a full week and a half week. But it will depend on what happens in the next few weeks. You may see more of Reece Colley before we have the Stage 2 Champions League.
137.
It'll depend on him. But I've really enjoyed watching him.
Well,
I think he's got a future.
59.
So we'll see more of him. We certainly will, 'cause he's going to be playing in Lakeside because he won that gold event, the British Open. So that confirms his place in the WDF World Championship.
70.
Well, that's a nice leave of double 8. He's already had a sighter on it. And Walters is 16 points away from winning
Scott, you
Group
require
2.
16.
And he would take on Robert Owen.
Game.
In
shot,
the 2nd
and the match.
semi-final.
Scott Walters.
That is mouth-watering. It's a big thank you to Chaos, Reece Colley. A great effort from him, as you can see. 99.61. It's his best average of the entire week. But it wasn't good enough to topple Walters, who on home turf is unbeaten in the group phase. We're going to take a short break, but when we come back, it is semi-finals time in the Week 1 finals here at the MODUS Super Series.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the group stages have been completed. And to look back at the 6 matches that we have seen, we are in the company of the asset, Paul Nicholson. And Paul, let's begin by looking at Group 1 and go back to the last game. Even though it was a playoff for first and second, Robert Owen losing that record of losing a game from 3-0 up for the first time here.
I don't think we should tell him. I don't think he's going to be too pleased. He's very proud of his record here, the amount of matches he's played, the amount of wins he's had when it comes to Saturday nights. He could add to that tally tonight, but if we were to walk up to him now and tell him that that's the first time you've lost from 3-0 up, he will not be a happy bunny. But he's going to be involved in one heck of a semi-final. Walters against Owen, I'm all over that. That's going to be brilliant.
It's most certainly going to be one heck of a semi-final. Jim McEwen joined them through Group 1. Mark Graham, the player, eliminated, but should take a lot of plaudits. On debut here, getting through to finals night is some achievement.
It is, and you think about someone like James Hurrell, who made his debut here in the previous stage. He made the finals on his debut week. I know he's got a lot more experience, but if you look at what James has done in his second time here, he's made the semi-finals, so he's had that gradual improvement. I do think that Mark Graham's got a lot in his arsenal, and if he was to get an invite back here, maybe before he goes to the Lakeside Championship, if he gets there, of course, I think we'll see a bit more from him, because there's definitely stuff in the locker.
Could he be a player a bit like Scott Walters, who we're going to see in the semi-finals, where every single time he plays here, he gets better, he gets used to it, and his game, not just here, but around the WDF circuit, improves as a consequence?
Yeah, we talk a lot these days, don't we, about young players gaining experience. It's not just young players, and it's not just male players either. We're talking about people finding experience when they're a little bit further on in years, when their kids have gone to school, they've got a bit more time to use, maybe a bit more in the way of finances to travel. And let's face it, Mark Graham has got the capability and the know-how and the experience of playing for the last couple of years to move forward, and he's got ambitions, and I'm sure he'll be back.
Well, let's have a look then at Group 2, because that is where Scott Walters and James Hurrell made their way through. Reece Colley eliminated from the process from Group 2. A really tight group, and it was just fine margins in the end with Rhys.
Yeah, this is what you get on finals night, and Rhys has found it the hard way, unfortunately. He did make a couple of tiny errors, and I mean small errors, missing a single, missing a double here and there, but putting in your best average and not getting through. I mean, 99.6, I think it was. And it just goes to show to every young player or young plaudit out there, averages lie. Averages didn't get Reece Colley through. It was the small misses that cost him, but I really want him to succeed. I think he's got a lot of potential. He's got a great fan base, great image, good brand. I want him to succeed, and I want to see him back.
Are you beginning to see something in the water with Scott Walters this week?
Redemption. He's had that already by getting through to the finals. We now have to start looking at his career with us over the last 18 months, because he somewhat eloquently put in one of his interviews this week that the only reason he was invited was to fill the boots of somebody who couldn't actually come, but since then he's been a regular. He's made visits to Saturday night, but he's never won. Interestingly. So, could it be his night? First, he can't think about that. He's got to think about winning the semi-final and getting to a second final.
And we'll think about that second semi-final in just a second, because first up for us is going to be Jim McEwen up against James Hurrell. James, interestingly, didn't know the scenario about qualification up until the midway point of the next match. He takes on McEwen, and a bit like the second semi-final, flip a coin to decide it.
Yeah, this is difficult. I think you've got to look at the immediate memories of them playing each other, and McEwen's going to be buoyed by that. He only averaged 79 in his second group game, but he didn't have to average about 104, which coincidentally he did against James Hurrell in his final match in Group B. So good memories of that, and if he can replicate that average, he's going to have a good chance. But did you hear the celebration of Hurrell when he knew he'd got through by, well, he didn't actually know he got through.
He sort of knew, didn't he?
But he knew that he was in a position to get through. That aggression that he showed at the end of that match, he's going to need more of that to get through this, because he's going to have to be patient, he's going to have to be accurate.
I think we've done enough talking, haven't we?
I've heard that many times.
Well, he's going to race his way down to join Matthew Edgar in commentary for the first of our semi-finals. It's Jim McEwen up against James Hurrell, and to get the boys on the stage, it's our MC, Marco Meyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's semi-finals time here at Finals Night at the MODUS Super Series. Please welcome for the first semi-final on stage, Chucky, Jim McEwen and Hillbilly, James Hurrell.
First semi-final of the night and the first opportunity for one of the players on stage to book themselves in that final where £5,000 will be on the line, and also a route through to Champions Week where £20,000 will be on the line. 4 players left standing this week. James Hurrell, we're hoping to be one of the last players standing, or the last player standing. Came through Group 2. Reece Colley, the casualty of that. Came through with Scott Walters, who we're going to see in the next game against Robert Owen. Jim McEwen, he's unbeaten tonight, which is something we didn't think we was going to say at the midway point of his game with Robert Owen. Robert Owen raced into a 3-0 lead, and Jim McEwen came back, and in typical Jim McEwen fashion...
First lag is Jim to throw first.
Took a 4-3 victory over Robert Owen. First time Robert Owen has thrown away a lead like that in the Super Series, but it didn't damage him too much. He'll be back in our second semi-final, which is going to be coming up straight after this one. The format stays the same. Still the first to 4, the best of 7. Jim McEwen, by winning his group, Group 1, has earned the right to throw first.
140.
Like I mentioned with Henry, it is progression for James Hurrell, not just with us here this week, but it has been progression this year.
100.
Highest ranking, most tournament wins in a year. His previous visit with us, he was equal 5th. Now he's guaranteed
43
to be a semi-finalist, maybe a finalist, maybe a winner. What's the story going to be when he wakes up on Sunday? Just to give you an indication of
80.
The prize fund for tonight. Reece Colley and Mark Graham have walked away with £500. These guys are now guaranteed £1,250.
60.
This becomes a match for £1,250.
Worth getting out of bed for that, isn't it? £1,250. And obviously the big prize, £5,000.
Now, judging by the time of day that we're playing,
140.
it's worth staying out of bed for. Now, before we get too deep in this match, I posed a question, didn't I? In the last match, I said I would give you the answer.
125. James, you require 118.
I'll let you sweat for a bit longer. The question was, which 2 players have won back-to-back weeks in our time since February 2021?
60. Jim, you require 60.
Before we get to it, it was a bit of a trick question, actually, because there were 3. First blood, McEwen.
Yeah, that's been short in the first lag.
Well,
Jim
I'll tell you what,
McEwen.
if that dart was a penalty and tops was the back of the net, nobody's saving that one. That was shaving the inside of the
James
post.
throw first.
Absolutely sensational. Before I get onto that answer, by the way, we've had a lovely tweet from Andy Hamilton. Enjoying watching the MODUS Super Series tonight. Looking forward to playing there again. Yeah, we can't wait to have you, Andy. You're always great when you come back. Miss you, pal. Hope you're well. Anyway, the question. Which 2 players, in fact there were 3, have won back-to-back weeks? So, before we had a structured phase where we had a Champions Week, the first person to win back-to-back weeks was Kevin Burness of Northern Ireland.
84.
But then when we started having 4 weeks of qualifying, followed by a Champions Week, The first person to win back-to-back weeks was Chaz Barstow. He won week 4 of phase 4 last year.
140.
Then he won the Champions Week straight after that.
To be fair, I probably should have guessed that, actually, because in 2021, Chaz Barstow won everything.
Yeah, he was everywhere.
140.
Want to guess the other one? I'll give you a hint. It was right at the end of 2021. And he's not from England or Northern Ireland.
140.
Was it Richie Burnett?
Nope. Not a bad guess, though. As Richie Burnett was a very good winner in 2021.
59.
In fact, he won phase
Jim
2, beating
Uruguay,
Sean McDonald in the
81.
final, but it was the winner of phase 6, Matt Campbell. Who did he beat in that final as well in that Champions Week? Robert Owen. That name keeps coming up tonight.
56.
A miss at the bull for
James
McEwen and a
Uruguay,
12 darter.
138.
And Hurrell is looking for, well, who's afraid of 138? We established that that was a song this week by Armin van Buren. Same country as our
33.
referee and MC, Marco
Jim
Meyer.
Uruguay, 25.
Oops. That was supposed to be a single 1. That leaves 7. Desmond.
23.
He's in the madhouse.
James Uruguay, 105.
It's a nice finish, this one. Especially for those players that like the 16s. It allows you to start on the 19s. It's just a small adjustment over. Oh, like tops. Might love tops.
85.
Pulls low, gives Jim McEwen
Jim Uruguay,
chance to double his
2.
lead, put himself halfway towards the final.
Most players who love tops also love double 1. Just a slight shift to the right.
Yeah, that's
And he
Kim Shaw in the
finds
second
the
line.
bouncer.
Jim McEwen.
Halfway point for Chucky. Now, he's been coming
Third
to
leg
see
is
us
Jim to throw
since
first.
the back end of last
Game
year.
on.
He made his first appearance on a Saturday night in week 3 of phase 6. That phase that was won by Matt Campbell, funnily enough. That night, he was equal 5th with James Richardson. Now, I suspect that that was a dart that slipped
92.
out of Jim's hand. We have seen that a bit this week, but not that severe.
We've said all week the dart has been slipping out of his hand as part of the process of the drawback. Which means on
100.
the actual follow-through of the dart, it is liable to go left. And obviously low. That was just a more exaggerated version of that. Been normally going in the 5s.
100.
You know how I was mentioning about James Hurrell making gradual progress with us? It's interesting that that point was brought up by myself, but I've just done a bit of quick research about Jim.
100.
You think about phase 6 when he first came to us. He was 5th on his first visit to a Saturday. His second visit to a Saturday, he was 3rd. So he made it through to the semi-finals. His next visit to a Saturday night, phase 3
59.
this year. Oh, actually, he did win the Champions Week in phase 1 this year. I do beg your pardon. But he was 3rd in week 4, and then he went to the Champions Week and won. So he had that gradual progression.
100.
If Hurrell was to follow in the footsteps of McEwen, he wouldn't win tonight, but he would win maybe in the next phase.
That's probably why Jim McEwen looks so relaxed now in one of the practice rooms. I went in there earlier. He was sat down having a bit of a chill, pretty much with the legs up, playing some music.
What was that music as well? Because if you look at Jim McEwen right now, 55 years of age from Scotland. Now, my initial reaction was, Oh, I bet he likes the basically
81. Jim, you
He
require
wasn't playing that.
110.
I assumed, again, assumptions aren't great, are they? I thought he'd like a bit of Sinatra. Thought he'd be in there with a bit of Fly Me to the Moon or something. But no. Agadoo.
Which means he would definitely get on with Mark Webster.
54.
Playlists on his iPod.
James, you require
Are
120.
absolutely abhorrent. This needs to be tidy.
Yeah, that's
And it
been
is.
short in the third leg.
It just
James
looked good,
Hurrell.
didn't it? The rhythm was good, the poise was good, the focus was excellent, and the
Forward
execution
leg
was
is James to
pinpoint.
throw first. Game
Very
on.
much back in this semi-final with that break of throw in 15 darts.
I mean, some of that playlist could come down to
83.
things like where tournaments are held. A lot of the time on tour systems such as the WDF, a lot of these events aren't played in like with the PDC, whether in arenas or sports halls. They tend to be played at caravan parks and holiday centres.
39.
Which the playlists at those you don't want to hear too often.
I've been to Lakeside plenty of times, and the playlist there pretty much hasn't changed.
100.
That's all. These guys
93.
played each other a matter of 24 hours ago. It was an important game. Hurrell was already through. But McEwen
98.
needed a performance, didn't he? And boy, did he put one in. He actually put in his best performance of the entire week. He played 15 games in the first 3 days.
100.
And then he played another 8 games in Group B. So in match number 23 of the week, he put in his best statistics.
180.
Questioned him yesterday, and I said, I think he's starting to flag. I think tiredness is kicking in. Then he played 6 of the most amazing legs you've ever seen.
59. James,
But
you
we're getting
decline
to that point
40.
again. The dart going in the 12. They don't seem to go in the borders firm.
Yeah, that's game short in the
And all
fourth
of a
leg.
sudden, the England
James
captain
Hurrell.
is starting to find his range in all different departments. Tops is good, tens is
Fifth
good.
flag is Jim to throw
The
first.
scoring is
Game
very
on.
consistent. The average is very decent. 93 here. In his first game, he was 89.5. His game after that, almost 94.
58.
You can say what you like about James this week, but most of the time he's been very consistent with his 3-figure averages. Oh, sorry, his 3-dot averages.
140.
He does have the best performance of the whole week. A personal best here at the MODUS Super Series, in excess of 110, which I'm sure you would agree, Matt. It came out of the clear blue sky.
180.
Didn't like that 180 from Jim McEwen. He's thrown nothing for about 18 darts, then finds perfection. That could just start to turn the tide, but it also reminds James Hurrell he is not going to have all this his own way.
58.
Not to mention the fact that Hurrell has to find a breakthrough in one of these legs. Maximum of 3 to go. If he doesn't, he's not going to be in the final.
59.
Good player. Good thinking. Can go back to the 60 now.
136.
That is supreme counting and great tactical work, because he couldn't see that 57. And he recognised that it wasn't just that bed that could leave him a finish. Oh, where did that come from? Another one in this leg.
James, you require
180, followed by a
167.
trebleless visit, then another 180 to leave double 12 after 12. Hurrell is thinking right now, Jim, go away.
He
41.
might be going away into the final.
Jim, you require 24.
If he wins this and hits this 24, he's going to be just one leg away from reaching another final. Threes. He was here earlier.
18.
But he hit it earlier on today.
James, you
Mini
require
opportunity here for James Hurrell.
126.
He only needs one treble on the 19s to give himself a dart at the bull. He could not stay straight.
I was just going to say, every dart player at this level loves that finish. It's just a very inviting shot, but when you get the big 7, chance over. He's got 62 left.
74. Jim, you require 6.
Let's find out what he wants to do. Just to the right.
Yeah, that's came short in the 5th flag.
That
Jim
was
McEwen.
very kind. He showed a little bit of gumption there, didn't he, Jim McEwen? He really wants to make this final.
6th flag is James
But I would
first.
dearly love to
Game
see
on.
a slow-mo of that deflection. That was twisty, finding its way to the 6th bed.
Very rare you see any sort of emotion from Jim McEwen, isn't he? It's like he wanted to left hook those darts out of the board.
96.
Now one leg away from the final. He'll have 2 cracks at it. He's got the chance here to break the James Hurrell throw. And he'll have the throw himself if it goes all the way to the final leg. If there's one thing Jim McEwen knows how to do, it's win a 4-3 battle.
60.
Yes, that's true. And the 2 Saturday finals that Jim has had, that he's won, Darryl Pilgrim was his victim in Champions Week of Phase 1 earlier this year. And then he took out Conor Heenahan
83.
in the Champion of Champions event in the summer. Conor Heenahan has the venue average record of 115.62. And he also has the only 9-darter under this roof.
100.
But he doesn't have a 350 in 6, does he? Jim's got one of them. And because we have now moved from Southampton to Portsmouth, I'm guessing that we'll never go back to that studio in Southampton. So Andy Jenkins had the only 350 in 6 at that venue against Fallon Sherrick. I love these semi-finals that go the distance.
58.
As many a fingernail on the floor being scythed with the incisors in the mouths of our Modus Live Lounge audience, expecting a 7th leg.
58.
Now, on 283, I don't know how you feel about this map, but I like 19s here. I'm thinking 133 to leave 150, and you can concentrate on the same treble with 2 visits.
Jim's decided to go the 5s route.
Yeah, I wouldn't advise that one.
40.
The most unadvisable of the 3.
James, you require
That facial expression
164.
tells me he's really starting to feel it.
Looks like this could go all the way. The next game, Scott Walters, Robert Owen. That's a semi-final that could go all the way.
Yeah, they're full of beans. I came through the practice area, coming down from the gantry. I saw those 2. They're not tired. They're jacked. They are ready for that semi-final. And do you know what Scott Walters said to me? He says, I wish this was the final.
59.
I think he said that because
James,
he
you
knows it's
require
Robert Owen's swan
104.
song tonight. Stay there.
88.
Lovely leave. If he was playing locally, all of his pals would say, good leave. And when walking to the hockey next, what do they say? Because it's ubiquitous. You left it. That's what they say.
64.
You left it, you hit it.
James, you require 16.
I think he'll be quite happy with what he's left there. 2 8s.
Yeah, that's game short
That
in the sixth
takes us
line.
all the way.
James Hurrell.
Something Jim McEwen. Keep going back to it. But he seems to always get drawn into last leg shootouts.
7-10 final arc.
He
Is
always
Jim the
seems
throw
to find
first.
something
Game on.
at the right time. If he can do it one more time, he will be in the final.
If this last leg had a soundtrack, it would be by Lisa Stansfield, because she once had a song called This Is the Right Time.
139.
I almost feel like we need to get a button where we go, last leg shootout, Jim McEwen. So we just don't have to say it anymore. We can just press the Jim McEwen button.
Well, I'm going to send that out to the Twitter sphere. Someone's got to create a Jim McEwen button. I've seen some strange old things in the world of darts. I've seen a John Henderson yoga mat. I've seen a Steve Beaton face mask.
That was Jim's opportunity to really stamp himself in this semi-final. The 45 from James Hurrell after the 139 from Jim really gave him the opportunity, and then 2 really sloppy darts losing the lie.
95.
Just invited James Hurrell back in.
Is he trying too hard? This is where Chris Mason said those incredible lines of, you got to do your best but not try. You've got to let it flow. If you try too hard,
58.
your arm gets too tight, your mind gets too cluttered, and you don't do what you need to do. You've got to stay in a calm process.
I always say you've got to try and suck the emotion out of the situation.
81.
You're almost a passenger.
Yeah. Look at it from the outside. What would you do if you were to give yourself some advice? 4 points between them. 9 darts thrown each. And remember, there's no third, fourth place playoff anymore. Whoever loses this leg will not throw another dart tonight. And McEwen's left a bogey number. Now, it's a big ask, but 280 in 2 visits, it's a chance.
Jim is doing some form of yoga
45.
at the back of the stage. I think that was downward facing dog. And just a bit of sign of the fatigue coming in for Jim.
Yeah, downward facing Jim. Whatever it was, it worked. Did he do the old Michael van Gerwen pulling the socks up trick?
119.
Whatever he did, he needs to do it more. Especially if he gets through this, he needs to go in there, he needs to get his yoga DVD out, he needs to get out the John Henderson mat.
Hurrell needs to go bull.
54.
And he can't leave a finish. So
Jim,
McEwen is on the cusp of the final. He's undefeated tonight.
Game.
He's still undefeated tonight.
And the match.
And
Jim
he
McEwen
wins the semi-final game against James Hurrell. It is progress for James. The last time he was with us, he didn't even make the semis. But I get the feeling the next time he's here, he may make the final. A man who likes to climb the ladder. So long for now, James. All the best with your endeavours for the rest of this season. But McEwen's not finished. That 82 average was good enough to make the final. And he will take on Scott Walters or Robert Owen. What a semi-final that's going to be. And it's coming up next.
Welcome back to the Super Series where McEwen masters the last leg decider again as he gets the better of James Hurrell by 4 legs to 3 in our first semi-final here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and he does it with an 82.13 average, 2 maximums to his name, 4 from 13 on the doubles, but it was that scoring prowess that gave him the opportunity to have more darts at double. As for James Hurrell, through to the semi-finals on his second appearance, he's gradually improving every single time he comes here to the Super Series. Group stage last time, semi-finals this time, maybe next time one step better for the Hillbilly when we see him upon his return to this competition soon. Our second semi-final sees Scott Walters take on Robert Owen. For Scott Walters, he's used this competition as a real platform over the last 18 months or so and now has aspirations to take on this game full time. He takes on Robert Owen. For him, it's his swan song night here at the Super Series. He's moving on to the PDC Pro Tour circuit at the start of 2023. So he'll be hoping to finish on a high. He takes on Walters in the semi-finals. Your commentary team is Matthew Edgar and Paul Nicholson. But first, to get the boys on the stage, here's our MC, Marco Meyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's semi-final time here at the MODUS Super Series, here with the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. We continue with our second semi-final. Please welcome both players to the stage. The game, Scott Walters, and Stack Attack, Robert Owen.
Semi-final number 2 then, and without being somewhat biased towards this one, I just get the feeling this one may be a bit spicier than the other one. We went the distance in semi-final 1, and it's McEwen in the final, awaiting the winner of this one. Is it going to be the last game in the MODUS Super Series for Robert Owen, or will it be a second final for Scott Walters and a first one under the Portsmouth roof? It would also be a first final under this roof for Robert Owen. He's looking for the best kind of goodbye.
First luck, it's got to throw first, game on.
But in the words of Scott Walters, a little bit earlier in the night, he said to me, this should be the final. Well, it kind of is. Because if you don't win it, you're not playing anymore. Best of 7 legs to see who plays McEwen. Thoughts on this one, Matthew Edgar? Because
55.
I don't know why, but I think Scott Walters is the marginal favourite having the darts.
They've been the standout players this week. When you look at the data, you look at the stats, you look
59.
at the performances, you look at the timing, everything has said that these two are the best 2 players here. You look at the odds before the off. Robert Owen was the favourite. Scott Walters
60.
was the second favourite. And that is rightly so. They have been the best 2 players. The advantage of throw, that could be
85.
a factor. It should be a factor. It is a big advantage, especially in a short format game. But Robert Owen's ability to hit 180s could negate that factor. So,
100.
Personally, if I was pricing this up, I would be giving you a pick'em situation and I'd be putting them at exactly the same price. In other words,
140.
I'm going to sit myself right on the fence. Get some splinters.
I can understand you saying that.
180.
The first maximum of the match goes the way of the Welshman.
137.
And he's going to get a look at that finish that he's left. Walters averaging 91.78
59.
against
What
Hurrell.
would you require? 106.
And 96.17 in beating Reece Colley. He's playing at a high level this evening. And Robert is right to feel warned
82.
that if he does make mistakes, he will pay.
Scott, you require 78.
He's been a master at tops.
58. The last
Just
score from
misses
Robert
out.
was 74. Robert, you require 32.
Did mention Robert's got the ability to hit that 180 at the right time, and he did. That's what made Scott Walters only get the one dart of the
No
double
score.
under serious pressure.
Scott, you require
Robert
20.
Owen wasn't able to convert. That's the first chance. Potentially gone.
Yeah, that's game short in the
Last
first
card in
line.
hand.
Scott Walters.
Scott Walters gets over the line. Bit nervy in the opening leg. Placing the final with Jim McEwen waiting. He's on the line.
Second leg, it's Robert
Those
to
3
throw
darts at double
first.
16
Game on.
earlier in the week. He wasn't missing that double very much, and he definitely wasn't missing it by that kind of margin.
60.
You feel concerned about Owen because in his second game, in his group, he averaged 79.61 and lost 4-3. The first time he's ever lost
60.
in his Super Series career from 3-0 up. I wonder if that's had some sort of effect. Because he's again averaging in the mid-70s
60.
early in this match, and he just doesn't seem to have the sharpness that he had earlier in the week. But then again,
60.
you'd have to say that maybe Walters is feeling the pressure himself because he's not playing well, and this semi-final is not going the way that I thought it would.
81.
Yeah, neither player really finding top gear in the early exchanges.
99.
You sort of feel it's just going to take 12 to 15 darts. 12 to 15 good, inspired darts.
80.
Of our final lineup complete. Just had a glance over to the Robert Owen table, which you can see just to the corner of the screen. We've got
83.
some nails being bitten already.
He hasn't had
41.
his family here all week. I don't think I would have brought them. I would have come back on my own to get the job done without distraction, but
59.
with them going to the tour the next couple of years, I think they're going to be going to some exotic places like Barnsley, Wigan, Minehead.
43.
Hopefully,
Scott, you require
North London
140.
and places like Blackpool and European tour venues all over Europe.
41.
He has made the quarterfinals of a European
Robert, you
tour
require
before in the Netherlands.
136.
He'll be looking to do that on a more regular basis over the next couple of years. So he can play on stages in front of vast crowds.
43. Scott, you require 99.
You know how it goes. Flake time. The words of Melanie Sykes. Put a flake in it, love.
79.
Remember the days when it used to cost
Robert, you
99
require
pence as well?
93.
Them days are well gone.
The fact that I remember it tells you more than you need to know. Before anybody tweets me, it was, do you want a flake in that, love?
Yeah, that's game short in the second leg. Robert Owen.
Marvellously expressive there from Stack Attack. That
Third
was
leg, it's got to throw
Golden
first.
Globe worthy.
Game on.
Well, if somebody needs to fill the shoes of the Go Compare guy, other insurance companies are available.
140.
That was marvellously expressive. It's like he was auditioning for La Traviata.
Do you know what I'm probably going to end up doing?
100.
Getting that clip and putting in Bobby Roode's Glorious.
Oh, yeah. Please do.
140.
And just like that, the game seems to be warming
85.
into action. Back-to-back 140s for Scott Walters.
Is he starting to find what he needs to find?
140.
Make that 3 140s. There you see the angle of attack from the man nicknamed Stack Attack.
Scott, you require 81.
Just going to lay it up.
41.
And all of a sudden, after what was a shaky start, I think the focus levels have changed for Walters. He's now got an eye on what he needs to do.
81.
What he needs to do right now is
Scott, you require
convert 40 points using a double. Double 20 will be the first.
Yeah, that's game short in the third line.
That's a 14
Scott
darter.
Walters.
For Scott Walters, it was a bit sloppy. And then in that last leg, he's really turned it up. 3
Forward leg,
140s.
it's Robert to throw first.
Robert
Game
Owen's going to
on.
have to respond now. Because if not, Scott Walters is going to be throwing for the match and a place in the final with Jim McEwen.
Now, one of the complexities
100
for whoever wins tonight is that they're going to have to wait a very long time for Champions Week. Robert Owen, when he was in Champions Week last week,
140.
waited all the way from week 1, didn't he? He's looking to do the week 1 double. He's almost looking to defend his week 1 title,
60.
you could say.
$40. $137. $100. $80.
Walters is in another strong position here. Likes leaving 221. He did it in the last leg as well, but then it was after 6 darts.
44. Robert, you require 124.
It was only a week ago that we had lots of games on finals night going to the very last leg. And in the final, it was 4-0.
78.
It was a demolition job by Cohen and Whitehead. But in the semis and the approaching games, in the groups, they were all tight.
137. Robert, you require 46.
Robert can't miss this. Change of tactic.
6.
And it doesn't work. Because
Scott,
of those
you
misses at
require
double 16
40.
earlier, he decided to go for tops instead.
I like this from Scott. He went to the board. He didn't feel ready. He's come back. He's used his shirt to wipe the darts. Making sure he feels set and ready before he delivers. We're wanting to deliver a double here. Robert Owen is
20.
nodding. But opportunities are being passed
Robert,
back
you
and forward.
require 40.
Owen's had 6 starts at double so far and hit 1.
It's inviting to the right.
Yeah, that's game
And he
short in the
finds it.
fourth leg.
He's using up
Robert
lives.
Owen.
Best of 3. For an
Fifth
extra
leg, it's got to throw first.
£1,250.
Game on.
Most importantly, to play another game.
100.
It's double your money time, isn't it? It's a £1,250 game, and then you have a £2,500 game after this.
60.
Just trying to read the situation in this game right now. And you sort of feel that Scott Walters will be thinking,
96.
this could be over. And Robert Owen is just clinging in and just hanging on. And the danger of that when you're dealing with someone like Robert Owen is he just clicks.
60.
And he has 9 quality-inspired darts that just wrap this up.
60.
I'll tell you what, get to 3-2 and you have 9 inspired darts from there. Job done. If my memory serves me rightly.
100.
Have we had a 9 darter on a Saturday night? Now, we definitely haven't had one here because Conor Heenahan's 9 was
41
during the week. But I really don't remember there being a 9 darter on a Saturday.
60.
Which means that we haven't had one in front of an audience yet.
12 darts thrown for Robert Owen. Only one treble.
140.
2 there. Oh, that is an incredible adjustment.
100. Scott, you require 64.
Don't give him a chance. That's what he's thinking. That might be a happy accident. Because he's leaving his favourite double top.
Yeah, that's
and a double top that takes him within one leg
Scott
of the final. And let me remind you that Robert Owen has been
6 lag against Robert to throw first. Game
Saturday nights. 12 in the last couple of seasons. He's won 6 of them. He's got a 50% hit rate in finals. Oh, 50% hit rate on Saturday nights, sorry. In winning, which is absolutely incredible.
59.
When we spoke about this earlier in the week, or last night, we spoke about this tonight. We said if Robert Owen isn't going to win this event, who could we see stopping him?
100.
We both said Scott Walters.
Yes, we did. And I mentioned that Scott has been to 1
81.
Saturday final. That was back in week 2 of Phase 6 last year, and he lost to Connor Scott.
180.
And where's Connor Scott now? He's in the place where Robert's going.
85. Robert, you require 161.
Anybody for a last leg shootout again?
99.
Get ready. It's very possible.
$81.
Now we're going to find out where these guys are with their game. The averages mean absolutely nothing. He's persevering on tops.
22.
Changing tactic mid-game takes courage. It takes game flexibility, which a lot of people don't possess.
171. Robert, you require
Don't miss
14.
this time, Rob. What pressure applied.
Yeah, that's game short in a
And we're
6
going
lag.
the distance.
Robert Owen.
For the second time in the semi-finals tonight. Is this going to be Robert's last leg in the MODUS Super Series?
Final lag. It's got to throw first. Game on.
Or will it be a trip to the final again?
Said he's going to need around about
100.
9 inspired darts. That doesn't mean he's got to go do a 9 darter. That means he needs to be looking at some 140s.
60.
In this situation, I'd say a 12 darter does it. But 12 darters to win last leg deciders are very, very difficult to pull off. We saw Shane McGurk earlier this week do it twice in 2 games. But it wasn't under this kind of pressure. Now, has that been his miss in this game? Has he been
60.
over-pitching his first start, making the rest of the visit too difficult?
Yeah, he's just not at it, is he? And you feel now like Scott Walters is putting him away. You can see Rob Owen's reaction in the background. He thinks this is over.
240 ahead. I think he's right, you know.
100. Scott, you require
It may well be in
141.
Scott's destiny to make the final tonight against McEwen. He's left double 10.
121.
What a leg. Are these going to be the last 3 darts that Robert Owen throws
100.
in the MODUS Super Series?
Scott, you require 20.
To send him to the tour. That was a nervy shot.
$12.
Ooh, interesting play.
Quite like it, actually. Robert can't go out on the 181, so he tees it up for 8.
100.
More favourable double
Scott,
for
you
himself on the
require
4s.
8.
You left it.
Game.
You take
shot,
it.
And the match.
And Scott Walters makes the final of week 1 in stage 2. And for now, it is goodbye to Stack Attack. Thank you for everything you've done with us over the last couple of years, Rob. And from everybody here at the MODUS Super Series, good luck with your next phase of your career. all the very best on the PDC Tour. But Scott Walters will be in the final tonight, taking on Jim McEwen for the chance to be in Champions Week in the early stage of 2023. As far as stage 1 is concerned, it gave us many, many highlights. So before we go to our next commercial, let's have a little look at the highlights from Super Series 1.
Know the route. Steve Brown missed it early on today. But Colley here! He's the man! As he hits a 9-dart finish!
Biggest finish of the week so far! What a shot from Ryan Palmer!
There's one of them. There's the other.
What a way to save the match! Brilliant from Kevin Painter.
For double 17.
Game
We haven't seen many double 17s who could get it to take Tebow through. What a thing to do!
Incredible.
Finesse is also there. Lee Sherman is out.
So is it going to be the story of all stories? Tops.
Bet his heart is pumping at 1,000,000 miles an hour at this point.
Double 16. Whitehead wins the title and wins the jackpot along with it. Under the confetti here at the MODUS Live Lounge. Whitehead is the man. What a stage. What a Champions Week. What a finals night.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where our Week 1 final is now set as Jim McEwen will take on Scott Walters for the first place in the first Champions Week of 2023. Paul the Asset Nicholson is with me up here on the balcony. But before we talk about the final tonight, we can reveal the lineup for Week 2. And I'm mightily excited as well by this lineup because we've got a little bit of everything for you, and that is just in Group A. We've got a little bit of a mix of players from across Europe. We've got Alexander Merckx, the Dutch player, taking part. Andreas Toft Jorgensen from Denmark coming back. Graham Hall returns as one of our ADC qualifiers. We saw him at Champions Week a couple of weeks ago. Jared Cole, the precocious young talent. Keelan Kay, also one of the great young talents on the circuit. And the reigning WDF world champion, Neil Duff. Yeah, that's a bit exciting.
Yeah, that's not bad. I'm really looking forward to seeing Alexander play because he's had some good results in the WDF over the last couple of seasons. Toft Jorgensen played a little bit in the previous stage. I think that experience will be valuable, but this is his first time here at the Live Lounge. Graham Hall probably didn't even need to be a qualifier from the ADC. We would have invited him back anyway because he made the Champions Week final. So a week off for him. After that, he's coming back, but he's got redemption on his mind because he left a lot out there. As far as Jared, Keelan are concerned, yes, very, very young talents, have done bits, but maybe looking to write a new story for them. But Neil Duff coming back, he was so close to making the Champions Week in the previous stage. Didn't get there, so he'll be looking to go one better.
Group B will see Mike Gillett, Robert Rickwood and Ryan Finesse, three stalwarts of the Super Series, enter the fray.
Yeah, very much so. Mike has had a very good season representing his country of Wales. Doesn't live too far from here as well, so he'll be really relishing this. Rickwood, I actually heard this week that he's one of the funniest people to grace the venue. I didn't know that about him, so I think Group B is going to be quite interesting. He's from Blackburn, I believe. And Ryan Finesse, we know he likes it here. He's won a 9-dart shootout here before, so that'll be interesting to have him back. Group C, Johnson, Blades and Kankit. Sam is looking to find a new level. When he made his debut with us, just get the feeling that it wasn't quite good enough. But Darren Johnson,
very good.
I think he's going to be a really good dark horse for next week.
Indeed, and playing really well in the WDF circuit, won in Northern Ireland, didn't he, a couple of weeks ago? So he's going to be a very exciting addition. But we're going to round off Week 1 with our final. It's going to be Jim McEwen up against Scott Walters. For Jim, he's played the last 10 days straight. For Scott Walters, you felt like this week was a redemption mission. And if it was a redemption mission, he has got the one final target to aim at to complete the story.
Yeah, it's very much his story, I believe. But do we start saying that Jim's played for 11 days now? Because it is Sunday.
Yeah, well, it depends whether the clocks go back or not, how we're going to...
Oh, we're all going to go back in time tonight, so it's like Back to the Future. So I think I'm going to go for Walters. I'm a bit of a romantic at heart, and I know what it would mean to him to win tonight. Jimmy Mack has won twice this year. He won Champions of Champions during the summer. He won Phase 1, but the romantic in me says that Walters might get this tonight, but boy, is Jimmy Mack wily. Just when we think he's done, he finds another life.
The Master of 4-3. We are actually hearing from the practice room, Scott has won the bull-up in there. It's the only game of the week where we do bull-up. Everything else is categorised in left-hand, right-hand categories, and it fares its way up for the week. But, of course, with it being the final, we make sure everything is square. Well, Paul's going to make his way down to the commentary box to describe the final in the company of Matthew Edgar. And for one final time this evening, to get the boys on the stage, let's hand over to our MC, Marco Meyer.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for the final here at the MODUS Super Series, here at the MODUS Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Please welcome the first player to the stage, Chucky Jim McEwen. And please welcome his opponent, the game, Scott Walters.
Who's going to be the last man standing then, here in Week 1 of Stage 2? Is it in Scott Walters' destiny to become a champion here on this stage? Or will it be 3 titles in the year for Jimmy Mack, the man they call Chucky? It's got to be one of the biggest games in the career of Scott Walters. He has been in a final before, just a shade under a year ago. But this means more, because it would get him to Champions Week. It's worth more money.
First luck, it's got to throw first. Game on.
I think the biggest game of his career so far happened about a year ago.
80.
When he was involved in a final to get to Lakeside. He lost that game. I think he'd like to be referred to as the Week 1 champion, and that would swell his confidence going forward.
41.
Is it fair of me to say that he's been the most explosive player over the last 3 days?
59.
The levels he's hit, the 180s, the ton-outs, he's been very, very impressive. He has been the star performer in terms of stats. But my concern here is whatever Jim McEwen's doing,
140.
he seems to be always the way to win. He wins with a B game, he wins with a C game, he wins with an A game.
128.
It doesn't matter what letter of the alphabet we're using for Jim McEwen, he seems to be able to make it competitive, and he seems to be able to grind out results.
I'll tell you what Walters wants. He wants the exact result that Conan Whitehead got 7 days ago, when Conan beat Graham Usher in the final by 4-0. He wants to get out of the blocks and keep running until he's through the tape.
140.
These two did both play in Group
81. Scott, you require 94.
Over the last couple of nights, so they're well versed in this time slot. Walters won that group.
74.
McEwen was second. That in itself tells a bit of a story.
59. Scott, you require 20.
Scott Walters will be hoping to make that the same result here for this leg. Scott Walters coming first, Jim McEwen coming second.
16.
But he offers a mini opportunity to McEwen.
Jim, you require 140.
To see the tops utilised here if he gets the treble with the opening dart.
He doesn't have to go the 60. He could go the two treble 18s route. Now, what is he going to do when Jim McEwen runs wild on you?
130.
Oh, the wire was nudged.
Scott, you require 4.
That's what I mean about Jim. He seems to always find a way into games. He was completely out of this leg, never looked likely. And all of a sudden, was having a dart for the leg. I think there's a bit of a fly issue.
Yeah, that's came short in the first lap.
Stage, but Scott Walters didn't just get on with it. As we've seen from Scott Walters, he took a step back, regathered himself, came forward.
Second leg is Jim to throw first. Game on.
Curiously, they've played each other twice this week. It's 1-1. So they will settle their head-to-head for the week in the big
123.
game. First blood Walters in 19 darts. That is his ideal first dart.
180.
Magnificent. Did you keep count of those 180s, Matt, in the end?
I can add them up.
We'll just send the Edgar off to maths for about a minute.
140.
We almost had him adding another 180 there for McEwen. Walters isn't missing. He's not missing. What did I say in the previous semi-final? We haven't had a 9-darter in front of the fans. Imagine the scenes. Now, I know Jim McEwen wants to win this match, but even he would like Scott Walters to hit this. And you know what? I want him to hit it.
43. Scott, you require
He deserves this.
141.
Give it a go. Well, there's the one.
Well, that was the 24th 180 of the night, so only 6 off of the 9-game record, but I don't think that's going to be reached tonight.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fun while it lasted.
Just want to get your opinion about next week as well.
171. Scott, you require
tell me
100.
who stands out for you. What stands out right now is tops. If you think about
80.
what Scott Walters has done in this
require
league,
24.
McEwen finding a way. Who is he? Indiana Jones?
Yeah, that's
he's
King
found his
Sean
way
in
to
the second
13
line.
data. His
Jim
opponent hit
McEwen.
2 back-to-back maximums.
Like I said,
Third
with Jim
lag,
McEwen,
it's got to throw first.
just
Game
always
on.
seems to find a way. Doesn't matter what happens, it's always competitive.
99.
Honestly, Jim McEwen is like a spider on your T-shirt. You just can't get rid of him.
$140.
He's turning it up now, isn't he, Jim?
Yes, he is. He's turning up the focus, the intensity, and most importantly, the accuracy.
140.
I believe. Probably be right in saying that Jim McEwen, all of the weeks he's won, was under the old prize structure, and this would be the first time he's won a £5,000 check.
60.
Don't know what his check was for Champion of Champions. I've got a funny feeling it was 6,000.
But in a weekly phase.
Oh, in a weekly phase, most
77.
definitely.
Obviously, the old prize structure was £2,000 for a weekly winner, so more than double if you can get it this time.
Not to mention
100.
the chance of winning 20,000. You can see Robert Owen is in the crowd, cheering these guys on. He walks away with £1,250 tonight.
105.
And a fond goodbye from all of us. Or should we say an au revoir? We actually hope we don't see him again, because it would mean he's on the tour for a period of time. But look at this from McEwen. He's just not leaving Walters alone.
139. Scott, you require 80.
Guarantees you a 2-dart shot the ball or the 25. We might only get 1 dart of the double, but if he's going to get that, Scott Walters
60.
needs to miss tops first.
Jim, you require 62.
He has. He's actually missed 6 darts at double in this match, giving McEwen little crumbs on the floor. Oh, not the first time tonight he's missed a single, but the pain is magnified when you miss one in a final.
38.
Well, it's not just a miss,
Scott,
is it?
you
It
require
becomes
20.
an expensive miss.
Yeah, that's game short in the third lag. Scott Walters.
Halfway to the title, halfway to the money.
How good was that double 10? That
Fourth
was
lag
right
is
in the
Jim the throw
potatoes of that
first.
double.
Game on.
How does Jim respond?
The last time Scott was in a final with us, he could barely walk.
95.
What a 12 months he's had. His 2022 story will surely have to be told by some sort of YouTube channel that can interview him for at least half an hour. He's had more ups and downs than a roller coaster. But the ultimate up for the end of 2022 for him would be winning this match.
100.
He doesn't need to break the Jim McEwen throw, because he won the bullseye in the practice room. But it'd be so advantageful if he could.
83.
It's not a bad backup shot. When he beat McEwen yesterday by 4 legs to 2 with a 91.73 average. McEwen won with an 81 on Thursday. And that
98.
was the last time Scott was beaten this week.
$140.
If we just dissect what he's done this week, I make that his only defeat. Just the one defeat all week. Wouldn't that be sweet?
121. Scott, you require 138.
Defeat in a week.
That was huge from Jim McEwen. First start went in the one, and you feared the worst for him there. You thought Scott Walters would have a big chance to get the break, and then 2 treble 20s. Massive
58.
darts.
Jim, you
Great
require
composure.
87.
Has bought himself an opportunity here to hold his throw and level us up.
Double 18.
$69.
That was a wicked deflection. He was looking
Scott,
to bounce
you
it in,
require 80.
but I think it hit the meaty part of the barrel. It's 80 again. He missed this earlier.
60.
And he's missed it again. Hence,
Jim,
that
you
reaction.
require 18.
Jim's not one that likes to split too often.
Yeah, that's
Likes to go
King
straight
Short in the
for
fourth
things. He gets that one
Jim
straight
McEwen.
in the double 9. Levels up the game. It's now best of 3 of a £5,000 check.
Fifth flag, it's got to throw
And these
first.
averages
Game
reflect
on.
a very tight match. They can barely be split. In fact, the only thing that really splits them are the 180s. Of which there are now 3.
180.
Is it going to be a question of protecting that throw, which he won in the practice room? Like Henry
59.
said, it's the only game all week where there is a bull shootout to see who goes first. It's the only way to do it.
121.
Jim McEwen, if he is going to win this final, he's going to have to break the throw of Scott Walters in this leg or in a last leg shootout, which we know Jim McEwen at 3-all is very good. However, so Scott Walters is very aware of that situation, and he's putting in some fantastic darts.
100.
180, 121, 100. Leaving 100 after 9. That is hard to break.
Look at this guy, just won't stop. That's his first maximum of this
Scott,
final.
you require 100.
I know he's still 107 behind, but let's face it, Scott Walters was thinking, I'd probably get him 9 darts from 100.
40.
It's very much dependent on what McEwen does now. I wouldn't be surprised if he hits a 171. Would be now. What about a 135 pressure shot?
95. Scott, you require 60.
Couldn't take 80 twice.
50.
This
Jim, you require
would
112.
Said he needs to get a breaker throw from somewhere. This 112 would give him that breaker throw, and he'd be then thrown first for the match in the next. Needs the treble. Just comes underneath. So give Scott Walters another chance to put himself
76.
1 leg away from the match.
Scott, you
I'm surprised
require
he didn't go
10.
18s to try and leave tops. Double 5 is covered. Double 4.
6. Jim, you require
Always
36.
seeing the tiny hairline cracks of someone who hasn't yet won with us.
Yeah, that's game
And
short
McEwen
in the
hits the
fifth
front.
flag. Jim
And that look of
McEwen.
urgency is borderline as scary as the back of his shirt. McEwen 3-2 up, now throwing for a place in Champions League
Sixth flag is Jim
in
to
early
throw
2023.
first. Game on.
Is what we've just seen there, the difference between champions and everybody else.
You can do all the legwork and get yourself to the line, but you've got to cross it.
140.
No one's going to give it to you. There are no gimmies in darts. Don't know how many times I've said that. But if you look at the checkered percentages in this match, they tell a very interesting story. Walters has had 14 darts at a double and only hit 2. He's had more than double the attempts of his opponent, who now leads him.
$95.
One treble a visit now for Jim McEwen will be like gold dust. That will really force Walters into the 12-dart leg. I'll give Jim the opportunity to go out in 15. 15 in this situation would be absolutely perfect.
He should switch now. 96 plus is what he's looking for.
134.
And the benefit of that is that it leaves 132, which is an easier out in this range than most of the numbers.
140.
But to Walter's credit, he's
Jim,
left 1-2 after 9,
132.
which is a very gettable out. But this is for the weekly win. And what a way it would be. Double top.
92.
What a try.
Scott, you require 121.
This is to save it. Can he do it? No. And look at the urgency in the background of McEwen.
57.
He couldn't have wished for a better position. 3 darts at his favourite double for £5,000.
Game, shot, and a match.
And Chucky is into Champions Week. Again, it is finals heartbreak for Scott Walters, but a huge, huge step in the right direction. And the only person to beat Scott Walters this week was Jim McEwen. He did it a couple of days ago, and he did it tonight with a 97.98 average. Walters was super consistent throughout the night, always averaging in the 90s. But McEwen, well, he's playing in his 11th consecutive day. And he found one of his best performances right at the end. He gets the £5,000, he gets the Champions Week spot, and he also gets to talk to Henry Deacon, who is on the stage waiting to find out how Chucky feels about the fact that he will be coming back for the big check chance in 2023. Thanks for tuning in, everybody, tonight. It's been Jim's night.
Well, thank you very much, Paul. Jim McEwen, the first name into Champions Week, but my word, was it some night to get there.
Oh, Scott's been stuffy all week. He's been class all week. He's not missing nothing. So I wasn't expecting much coming into the final because of how good he's played. Yeah, delighted, absolutely delighted.
It's been a marathon 10 days or so for yourself. You've played Pro Tour, you've played Challenge Tour, you've come here, and now you've won. What a relief is that?
Well, the last 16 days I've been home a day and a half, so I am knackered, especially at my age. No, but, oh, what a relief. This feels really great, doesn't it?
Going into tonight, what was left in the tank for yourself?
Oh, plenty left in the tank. I mean, I'm quite old, but if I wasn't prepared to do it, I wouldn't do it. I know I can do it, but when you've got players like Rob and the rest of it, it's so hard when you come into a week like this. Yeah.
And this competition's done so much for you, so how pleased are you to be the first name into the Champions Week field for Phase 2?
Yeah, oh, it feels great, yeah. I've got a rest now, maybe.
You can have a day off now, Jim.
I've got 12 weeks to wait, yeah. I'm sure there's plenty to go on before then.
Well, this is going to be the last time now we see you in 2022 because Champions Week's going to be at the start of 2023. So what's the plan for you now for the rest of the year going forward into next year?
Do seniors next. I'm hoping to get into the World Seniors. I've got a good chance. If I can keep my form going, yeah, I'll do all right. And then obviously there's Q School. I'm not going to the Masters in Assen. I'm not going to bother. I need a break. I can't go there. So seniors, Q School.
Looking forward to a nice night's kip now, Jim?
Oh, I don't sleep anyway, Henry. I was going to go home first thing in the morning, but I think I might have try and get a lie in. You know.
I think you've deserved it.
Deserve it after
I think
after
you
that,
have.
yeah.
I most definitely think you have. Well, Jim McEwen is our Week 1 champion, and many, many congratulations go to him. Week 2 begins Monday morning from 9:30, and what a cast this we have, headlined by the reigning WDF World Champion Neil Duff. Myself and Scott Mitchell are going to be in commentary for that one. I hope you can join us Monday morning, 9:30 a.m. But the final word goes to our Week 1 champion, as McEwen is the master at the Super Series.
The MODUS Super Series, brought to you in association with Bet365, Betfair, Betfred, Coral, Ladbrokes, Paddy Power, Unibet and William Hill.